Chapter 855. As for the remaining Demon King-level otherworldly demons, even with the help of countless demon generals and demon commanders, their strength had increased to a certain extent. However, the absolute difference in strength could not be made up for by numbers. Xiu's expression did not change, but he also made a move at the first moment. A sword pierced through the air, rushing out like a stream of light. An early-stage demon master had just rushed out of the overlapping space, and before he could react, he was already twisted by the sword light and completely annihilated. It was just a pity that this early-stage demon king had received the news in advance and did not descend together with his clone. Therefore, even if his true body died, there was still a clone that survived and did not completely die. Naturally, Xiu did not obtain any soul energy benefit. However, he did not mind. After killing a demon master with a sword, he stretched out his hand, and the blood-smelting demon's staff appeared in his hand. Then, he swung it fiercely and directly used the heaven-startling 3 staff strikes of the heaven-startling staff technique. Rumble! The 3 staff shadows immediately separated. 1 staff rose into the air, 1 landed on the ground, and the last staff was fixed in the middle, stirring up the wind and clouds. Chi, the void trembled, and in an instant it collapsed and shattered, turning into incomparably fine spatial cracks. Buzz, buzz, buzz. No, innumerable extraterrestrial demons roared furiously, and they used all their means to defend themselves. Especially those Essence Soul Realm powerhouses, with the help of countless demon generals and demon commanders, their strength could be greatly increased. If there were several Demon King-level powerhouses comparable to the Essence Soul Realm joining forces to form a formation, they could even be on par with a Demon Master. Even if it was only at the weakest initial stage of the Demon Lord realm, it was already considered a considerable battle force. However, no matter how they struggled, used all their means, and even stimulated their potential and used supreme secret treasures, when Xiu's attack landed, the moment the shattered space affected them, they turned into dust. It was meaningless, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Even a demon master equivalent to the late-stage spirit-severing stage could not withstand the power of Xiu's staff, let alone them. After the heaven-shocking 3 staff strikes, the earth cracked, mountains and rivers shattered, and countless volcanoes erupted. Heaven and earth turned into nothingness. The extraterrestrial demons that had covered the entire void just a moment ago had all perished, except for a small number in the outer regions that had managed to escape. Among them, there were even those 3 true demon master-level powerhouses. Even though they had left their clones in their lairs, the death of their true bodies was still a heavy blow to them. Not to mention, the treasures they carried with them had all fallen into by Xiu's hands at that moment. Isn't this outer demon's strength too terrifying? 3 great demon masters and over 100 demon kings attacked together, but in the end, not only were we unable to do anything to the other party, we were instead easily killed by the other party's attacks, almost completely annihilated? Rumor has it that this outer devil's strength is astounding. It almost has the strength of a peak devil master, a supreme devil, and a 10,000 hands devil. He didn't believe it at first, but now it seemed that even if this external demon's strength wasn't as strong as the 2 sky demons, it wasn't far off. Is it really possible for us to deal with such a terrifying existence? The group of extraterrestrial demons was so frightened that they even forgot to run away immediately. Perhaps it wasn't that they forgot to run away, but that they understood that in front of a terrifying existence like Xiu, if he really wanted to attack them, they wouldn't be able to escape even if they used all their means. Although it's a pity that we didn't manage to kill them completely, we got another 3 inferior-grade demon treasures. This trip wasn't in vain. Xiu didn't care about the remaining extraterrestrial demons. He glanced at the combat weapons left behind by the 3 demon master-level powerhouses and kept them with a wave of his hand. It's a pity that I don't have the means to cut the karmic path and kill powerhouses from a super long distance. Otherwise, these 3 demon master level powerhouses would at least be able to increase my soul energy by 1 billion points. Ziyue sighed, but he wasn't disappointed. This was because the number of soul energy on his attribute panel wasn't small. 9 billion points. My soul energy has already reached 9 billion points. If I remember correctly, my previous soul energy count had just reached 2 billion points. But this time, it almost doubled the amount of my soul energy. Ziyue was pleasantly surprised. Although he had lost the soul energy of the 3 demon master level powerhouses, the increase in soul energy this time was already enough to satisfy him. 9 billion soul energy is quite a lot. At least, it's enough for me to deduce the incomplete last strike of the heaven-startling staff technique. Long ago, Ziyue was very clear about the extraordinariness of this heaven-startling staff technique. Just the power of the heaven-startling 9 strikes was comparable to supreme Dao technique. The 3 strikes of the heaven-startling staff technique was comparable to the top unique skill created by a powerhouse in the spirit-severing stage. Then, what about the last strike of the heaven-startling staff technique, the heaven-startling staff technique? Was it the path integration stage that surpassed the spirit-severing stage? Thinking of this, he was secretly excited and quickly sank his mind into the attribute panel. Spend 56 billion soul energy to complete the last strike of the heaven-startling staff technique, the heaven-startling staff technique. Repair. Ziyue quickly chose to repair it. In an instant, the soul energy on his attribute panel was greatly reduced. At the same time, the cultivation method of the heaven-startling staff technique immediately appeared in his mind. The entire method of operating the heaven-startling staff technique seemed simple, as if the great Tao was simple. It was just one strike, and only one strike. When the staff was struck out, it seemed to contain the endless universe and the mysteries of heaven and earth. After being struck out, it could create new life and also destroy everything. But the more he pondered and the more he began to cultivate, the more he could discover the endless mysteries contained in this heaven-startling staff technique. All kinds of laws related to the manifestation of the great Tao of heaven and earth, as well as the operating principles of countless cultivation mysteries. In this way, it showed the complexity of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Is this the heaven-startling staff technique? It's too shocking and too exquisite. It seems to contain the supreme great Tao, all the mysteries of the universe, and the principles of heaven and earth. If I didn't have the attribute panel and just pondered and cultivated on my own, I reckon that even if I spent thousands or tens of thousands of years, it would be difficult for me to pry into the true mystery of it and cultivate it to the realm of greater mastery and perfection. Ziyue exclaimed. But he also felt even more fortunate. He was glad that he had the attribute panel, which could save him endless cultivation time. If he didn't have the attribute panel, he reckoned that he would still be trapped in the ancient desolate region at this time, and then struggle bitterly in the apocalyptic calamity of the invasion of the extraterritorial demon world. Perhaps he would have fallen in an unknown barren mountain and turned into a cup of yellow soil. Chapter 856. Just as Ziyue was marveling at the ingenuity of the heavenly staff strike and the power of his attribute panel, countless overlapping spaces appeared in the void around him once again. They were densely packed and covered the entire world in a few steps. Then, as the extraterrestrial demons stepped out one by one, there were many of these extraterrestrial demons, and they came in all shapes and sizes. Their auras were even more astonishing. The moment they appeared, they all took out their space treasures and flung them slightly. Countless demon soldiers, demon generals, and demon commanders lined up neatly around them and quickly formed a formation. 1 demon king, 10 demon commanders, 100 demon generals, 10,000 demon soldiers. They could directly form the classic battle formation of the extraterrestrial demon world, the Great 10,000 Demon Formation. With the help of this Great 10,000 Demon Formation, the power of all the extraterrestrial demons could be completely integrated almost immediately. Under the control of the Demon King level powerhouses, at least 80% of the formation's power could be unleashed. It could at least increase the power of the Demon King level powerhouses by 1 or 2 notches. At the initial Demon King level, one could unleash the power of the intermediate Demon King level or even the advanced Demon King level. At the advanced Demon King level, one could unleash the power of the peak Demon King level or the extreme Demon King level. If one was at the peak Primordial Soul level, one could even unleash the power of a weak Demon Master. Most importantly, the amplification effect of the Great 10,000 Demon Formation was still effective even for Demon Masters. It could be recombined, formed in pairs, and connected with several other formations. As for how much power one could unleash with the help of such a formation, it all depended on the control of the powerhouses who were in charge of the formation. The stronger one was, the better one's control. Naturally, the power that could be unleashed would be even more terrifying. At this moment, the powerhouses who had crossed over from various parts of the extraterrestrial demon world with the help of the overlapping spaces seemed to have long predicted what they were about to face. All of them immediately began to line up and form the Great 10,000 Demon Formation. Tens of thousands of Demon King level powerhouses were equivalent to tens of thousands of Great 10,000 Demon Formations. In addition, there were many Demon Master level powerhouses who also formed the Great 10,000 Demon Formation. Such power and such changes could be said to be shocking. The entire world seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure of such shocking power. It became thick and solidified, as if it would collapse and shatter at any time. Enemies of the entire world? Is this what it means to be enemies of the entire world? I originally thought that I was only stirring up a storm in a region, and no matter how unbridled I was, it wouldn't cause too much of a change. I didn't expect that it would actually cause an uproar among almost all the experts in the entire extraterritorial devil world, causing them to move out one after another. Ziyue was stunned. They were even more frightened. If there were hundreds of Devil King level powerhouses, he would not be too concerned, because his strength was enough to deal with it. However, what appeared in front of him right now were tens of thousands of Demon King level powerhouses. Not to mention, there were more than 10 Demon Master level powerhouses among them. What did he do to deserve this? How could it attract so many experts to descend at the same time? Obviously, if the previous wave of attacks was only a test by the many experts of the extraterritorial devil world, then this was the final attack. At this moment, Ziyue's sense of crisis had reached its peak. He knew very well that this was the most dangerous moment for him. There was a risk of dying at any moment. Attack. Kill the demon. Grim demon. Grim demon. Then, a clear and cold voice sounded. A terrifying existence with countless tentacles on its body rushed out randomly and attacked Ziyue at the first moment. Countless tentacles seemed to be waving at the same time at this moment, each striking out a series of seals. Randomly, a red light rushed towards Ziyue like a startled swan. Not good. Could this be the 2 strongest peak Demon Master level powerhouses in the extraterritorial devil world, the 10,000 Hands Heavenly Demon? Ziyue's expression changed. He didn't expect that the 2 strongest peak Demon Master level powerhouses in the extraterritorial devil world would actually make a move so quickly. In his opinion, shouldn't the most powerful existences in the world appear at the very end? Why did they descend personally after the first wave of probing and attack him directly? Moreover, the moment they attacked, they used their ultimate move. The terrifying power crushed, making one have no doubt about the terrifying extent of its power. The peak of the spirit-severing realm. This attack was definitely at the peak of the spirit-severing realm. Moreover, it was considered powerful among the peak of the spirit-severing realm. Heaven-shocking 3-rod strikes. Ziyue was shocked in his heart. Without thinking, he quickly executed the heaven-shocking 3-rod strike. Rumble. Ziyue's heaven-shocking three-rod strikes was similarly terrifying, reaching the peak of the spirit-severing realm. At this moment, he threw it out and quickly collided with the other party's attack. When the first rod landed, the red light converged slightly as if it had encountered an obstruction. However, it still destroyed the rod's shadow like a hot knife through butter. Then, the second rod shadow rolled down. The red light rippled and spread out in all directions. However, the power contained in the red light was too strong. It seemed to be able to destroy everything and quickly shattered the second rod shadow. It wasn't until the third rod rushed out that this attack was completely dispersed and lost its effect. However, at this moment, the other Demon Master level powerhouses, as well as the Demon King level powerhouses who had formed the 10,000 Demons formation, all moved out and attacked him. Countless attacks seemed to be able to shatter the sky and reset the universe. Wherever the attacks passed, layers of space would shatter. Damn it! Ziyue's expression changed. He really felt the pressure. His figure flashed continuously, moving rapidly in the void at the speed of 1,000 miles in an instant. The flying swords in his body were used continuously, turning into streaks of light that shattered the attacks. However, this time, Ziyue encountered too many enemies. The attacks landed at the same time. Material attacks, primordial spirit attacks, Dharma treasure attacks, talisman attacks, and even all kinds of mysterious curses. They were all launched and blasted toward him. Even though Ziyue's speed was extremely fast, it was as if he was moving through the depths of the void. However, there were still attacks that landed on the Tower of Endless Kuan and the True Dragon Mysterious Armor technique. They were transmitted to Ziyue's body, causing his figure to become unstable, and he couldn't help but suffer more attacks. This can't go on. Once I'm entangled, no matter how strong I am, it'll be difficult to resist the siege of so many powerhouses. Ziyue's heart turned cold and he quickly looked at the attribute panel. Time reversal, 1 second. Time acceleration, 10 seconds. He directly used the power of time reversal to go back 1 second and dodge some relatively powerful and terrifying attack. Then, he used the power of time acceleration to explode with even faster speed and strength to dodge or counterattack the enemy. Chapter 857. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the number and power of the attacks that landed on Ziyue were greatly reduced. Even though the attacks were too dense, and there were inevitably many attacks that landed on his body, they were much smaller than before he used time reversal. At least, the attacks that landed on his body no longer posed a threat to him after being blocked and defended by the Kunwu Golden Pagoda and True Dragon Armor technique. Then, under the effect of time acceleration, he traversed the void at a speed several times faster than before and used various attack techniques more frequently. Universe in the Sleeve, 5 Emperor's Heaven Sealing Sword, Great Forbidden Spirit Technique, Great Magnetic Divine Light, Great Magnetic Heart Sword Technique. Various means were displayed by him in an extremely short period of time. They landed around him, either blocking, defending, or countering attacks with attacks. He dealt with the various attacks, and from time to time, he could even launch a counterattack. As the sword light flashed past, 1 or 2 Devil King level experts who had formed the Myriad Demons formation were completely destroyed. However, this time, Ziyue was facing too many experts. There was even the 10,000 Hands Heavenly Demon, who was at the peak of the spirit-severing stage. The 10,000 Hands Heavenly Demon's techniques were shocking. Its flying speed, reaction speed, attack strength, and use of the great Tao of heaven and earth, all aspects surpassed Ziyue by a lot. Even if Ziyue borrowed the power of time acceleration, he could only be slightly better than it in terms of speed. However, in terms of attack strength and use of the great Tao of heaven and earth, the other party crushed him. Every attack made Ziyue feel very uncomfortable. In addition, the attacks of the other Demon King level experts and the Demon King level experts that formed the Myriad Demon formation were interfering. Ziyue often had to borrow the power of time reversal to be able to dodge at the critical moment, so as not to suffer irreparable injuries. Therefore, even if Ziyue's attacks could kill some extraterrestrial demons from time to time, under the use of time reversal, time acceleration, and recovery of Yuan Qi to maintain high-intensity attacks and defenses, his soul technique was slowly decreasing. This can't go on. Who knows how many experts there are in the entire extraterrestrial demon world? At least, the supreme demon that appeared in the astral realm 10,000 years ago has not appeared yet. If he attacks together with me, even if I use all my means, I probably won't be able to escape this calamity. Ziyue's mind was also flashing wildly as he attacked. He was very clear about his strength and means. At most, he was at the late stage of the spirit-severing realm. It was only because he had mastered the heaven-shocking three-rod strikes and used this supreme secret skill of the spirit-severing realm that he could barely unleash the combat strength comparable to the peak of the spirit-severing realm. Then, with the help of the time acceleration and time reversal powers on the attribute panel, he was barely able to withstand the endless waves of attacks and fend off the endless attacks from the extraterrestrial demons. But it didn't last. It was like a taut bowstring. Once it exceeded a certain point, it would definitely snap. At this moment, he was at the critical point. If there were another 3 to 5 experts in the middle and late stages of the spirit-severing stage besieging him, or if the supreme heavenly demon descended and the attack strength exceeded his resistance limit, then he would really be in danger. Not to mention, his soul power was still rapidly decreasing. As for escaping? In a situation where he was surrounded by enemies, there was no way for him to retreat. The shattering void also hindered his footstep. I have to do something. Ziyue once again used the power of time reversal. After dodging a wave of heavy attacks, his gaze once again swept across the attribute panel. Then, his gaze landed on the heaven-shocking one-rod strike that had been repaired by him and displayed the words beginner. Now, his immortal technique realm had already reached the peak of the primordial soul realm. There was no way to improve it. Among all his methods, only this heaven-shocking one-rod strike could still be improved because he had just repaired it with the help of the attribute panel. The heaven-shocking three-rod strikes can allow me to unleash combat strength comparable to the peak of the spirit-severing realm. This heaven-shocking one-rod strike must be even stronger. Although my soul power is not enough to raise it to perfection, it is the only way I can think of to break the situation. Ziyue's eyes flickered. Under the crazy attacks of many extraterrestrial demons, he did not have time to hesitate. Consume 640 million soul power points to raise the heaven-shocking one-rod strike from beginner to small mastery. Previously, I originally had 4 billion soul power points. Repairing the heaven-shocking one-rod strike to perfection cost 56 billion soul power points. I should have been left with 45 billion soul power points. In the end, because of this battle, my soul power points have been constantly depleted. Now, my soul power points are only 70 billion soul power points. In this way, my soul power points are only enough to raise the heaven-shocking one-rod strike from beginner to small mastery. Is it not enough? Ziyue had long been aware that the amount of soul power needed to improve the heaven-shocking one-rod strike was not small. However, he did not expect that just from beginner to small mastery, he would need to spend 600 million soul power points. However, at this point, he did not have time to think too much. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade. Upgrade. In an instant, Ziyue felt that countless cultivation methods, cultivation experiences, various mysterious uses of the rod strike, and even the understanding of the great way of heaven and earth and the ultimate truth of heaven and earth appeared in his mind. In contrast, he seemed to have experienced hundreds or thousands of years of continuous cultivation in a short period of time. He directly raised the heaven-shocking one-rod strike to small mastery. The heaven-shocking one-rod strike has reached small mastery. Ziyue instantly consumed this wave of upgrade and instinctively displayed the rod strike. The long rod was thrown out and it followed a special trajectory in the dark. Buzz. Heaven and earth shook. As the wind and clouds changed color, the whole world seemed to have frozen at this moment. Great Way Coercion. With this strike, Ziyue actually unleashed the Great Way Coercion, causing any attack to bow down to this strike. When any expert looked at this strike, they felt a kind of reverence that came from the bottom of their hearts and felt their own insignificance. What kind of terrifying existence is this? His realm is not high, but his attack power is so terrifying. And now, he actually displayed such a shocking strike? Even the 10,000 Hands heavenly demon, who had been calm all this time, showed a rare solemn expression on his face. The pressure of the Great Path was the result of a high-level expert's understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, as well as the mysterious application of the rules of the universe, reaching an extremely profound level. It could only be displayed when the expert was able to crush the opponent's realm. In other words, in terms of understanding of the Great Way, Ziyue surpassed the 10,000 Hands heavenly demon? The 10,000 Hands heavenly demon was a terrifying existence at the peak of the spirit-severing stage. His realm was extremely high, and his understanding of the Great Way of heaven and earth was also extremely profound. In his opinion, only the supreme heavenly demon, who had reached the peak of the spirit-severing stage and was only half a step away from the path integration stage, could possibly suppress him with the Great Way Coercion. How could others be able to do it? Not to mention, Ziyue's immortal technique realm was several levels lower than his. The 10,000 Hands heavenly demon was shocked and began to doubt his life. In the face of this strike, which formed a Great Way Coercion on him, he was extremely fearful and a sense of fear arose in his heart. He instinctively shot out a dark light, but he could not help but retreat frantically. The strength of this external demon is too strong, isn't it? So many of us attack together, but we still can't do anything to him? Even the 10,000 Hands heavenly demon couldn't completely suppress him. Are we really his match? Especially at this moment, he executed such an attack that's sufficient to crush us into smithereens in terms of cultivation. At this moment, as the 10,000 Hands heavenly demon retreated rapidly, the other heavenly demons' faces were also filled with despair. They had only felt this kind of Great Way Coercion when facing those experts who were far superior to them in terms of realm. However, even if it was an attack from those who were originally at an extremely high realm, in front of this brilliant Great Way Coercion, it was so insignificant that it was almost negligible. It was not worth mentioning. They suddenly realized that the power of this strike had surpassed their front line of defense. When they saw that even the 10,000 Hands heavenly demon could not help but retreat, the string in their hearts almost collapsed in an instant. This strike is indeed mysterious. Ziyue's eyes lit up when he swung his dark light rod. Then, without hesitation, he also retreated and quickly rushed in the direction of the 10,000 Hands heavenly demon. Heart Sword Technique, Primordial Magnet Divine Light, 9 Thunder God Destroying Seal, Heaven-Shocking 3 Strikes, all kinds of offensive techniques were quickly displayed under the time acceleration. At this moment, Ziyue's heaven-shocking dark light rod collided with the dark light rod that the 10,000 Hands heavenly demon had shot out. Puss! After a soft and crisp sound, the profound light shattered by Ziyue's staff shadow as easily as crushing dry weeds. Then, the Great Way Coercion that had originally shrouded the heavens and the earth and made countless heavenly demons tremble in fear dissipated. Instantly, all the heavenly demons' faces were filled with doubt. Was the power of this strike so weak? Could the Great Way Coercion and the terrifying momentum be fake? Even though they were relaxed, they instinctively felt that something was wrong. Oh no! The 10,000 Hands heavenly demon's face changed, and its originally retreating figure quickly rushed out. After seeing Ziyue's dark light rod strike, he quickly rushed in another direction and attacked the group of heavenly demons crazily. Very soon, they also realized this and were all shocked and angry. They had been fooled. Ziyue's strike might be of an extremely high level, but the actual power of the attack was many times weaker than they had imagined. This attack was nothing more than a bluff. The heaven-shocking dark light rod is definitely an offensive technique that has surpassed the spirit-severing stage and reached the Tao integration stage. However, my mastery of this dark light rod technique is still very shallow, and I have only raised it to the initial level with the help of the attribute panel. In addition, my immortal technique realm is slightly low, and it is difficult for me to maintain my primordial energy. Naturally, it is difficult for me to unleash 1/10,000th of its true power. Therefore, although this strike is shocking and the Great Way coercion is shocking, its actual power is far inferior to the heaven-shocking 3 strikes of the dark light rod technique at the perfect level. It is only comparable to my heart sword technique, which is at the late stage of the spirit-severing stage. Naturally, it will be easily crushed by the 10,000 hands heavenly demons attack. As a matter of fact, Bai Ziyue had already expected this. He was very clear that although the heaven-shocking dark light rod technique was extremely mysterious, his lack of strength and his cultivation of this technique was only at the initial level. Obviously, it was difficult for him to exert its power that could crush everything. Therefore, he did not expect any results from this strike at all. He just borrowed the momentum of this strike and the 10,000 hands heavenly demon's fear of this strike to quickly escape from its entanglement and madly attack in one direction. His fundamental purpose was actually to obtain soul energy. Only by obtaining as much soul energy as possible could he raise the level of the heaven-shocking dark light rod technique. In this way, his strength could be improved, and he could quickly break the deadlock and escape from the fatal attack. Die, die, die. Ziyue crazily attacked one after another. The terrifying power of the attack was like the Milky Way of the 9 heavens, like endless stars descending, directly surging in the direction of an extraterritorial demon. Among these extraterritorial demons, there was relatively few Demon Lord Realm experts. However, there were many Demon Lord Realm existences who formed the Myriad Demon formation. In the face of Ziyue's attack, it was impossible for them to resist. Puff, puff, puff. In just an instant, the Myriad Demon formation was quickly shattered. Large numbers of extraterritorial demons were crushed and quickly minced into meat paste by the attack. There was even a group of extraterritorial demons that were swept by the 9 Thunder God-destroying seal. They were relatively lucky and their physical bodies were very intact. But without a sound, their souls were directly obliterated, and they perished completely. One by one, they quickly fell from the void to the ground. In a short period of time, Ziyue crazily attacked and killed a large number of extraterritorial demons. Chance. Seeing that more than half of the space in front of him was suddenly empty, Ziyue's eyes couldn't help but brighten. He quickly rushed forward, wanting to use this opportunity to escape the encirclement. However, there were too many extraterritorial demons in this world. Even though a large area around him was suddenly empty, groups of extraterritorial demons soon attacked and shattered the void in front of Ziyue, preventing him from using the escape technique. They quickly rushed up and cut off Ziyue's opportunity to escape. At the same time, the 10,000 hands heavenly devil reacted. It threw out a series of seals, sealing Bai Ziyue from all directions, making it impossible for him to escape. As expected, there are too many extraterritorial demons. If I don't hurt them, it will be difficult for me to escape. Ziyue sighed secretly, but he wasn't disappointed. Instead, his eyes were extremely bright. This was because this wave of attacks had increased the number of his soul power by a lot. It directly increased from the original 400 million soul power to 1.8 billion soul power. 1.8 billion soul power. Although it's not enough to upgrade the heaven-startling rod to perfection, It's enough to upgrade this rod technique to greater mastery. Ziyue had already calculated in his heart and was looking forward to it. Without any hesitation, his gaze fell on the attribute panel again. Spend 1.28 billion soul power to upgrade the heaven startling rod from minor mastery to greater mastery. Upgrade. Chapter 858. Chi. A total of 1.28 billion points of soul energy disappeared and turned into countless cultivation experiences and understandings of the sky's startling staff strike. This allowed by Ziyue's understanding and cultivation of the sky's startling staff strike to reach an extremely profound level in a short amount of time. This was especially true for the heaven-shocking staff strike. It was incomparably complicated, yet it was incomparably compatible with the Great Way. It seemed to be supported by the profound meanings of the universe, and it was no longer a secret in his eyes. At the same time, he seemed to have gone through thousands of years of tireless cultivation. He had completely integrated the heaven-shocking staff strike into his physical memory. The thousands of years of cultivation had made his physical strength soar. The heaven-shocking staff strike has reached the advanced level. Ziyue sensed the changes in his body and instantly understood what was going on. Instinctively, he also felt that his strength had increased. This kind of improvement was not an improvement in cultivation level, but a kind of improvement in physical strength, understanding of the great Tao, and attack power. Even though he had yet to truly unleash this staff technique, he believed that if he were to use this staff technique, it would definitely be earth-shattering and heaven-shattering. Moreover, as his understanding of the laws of heaven and earth and the mysteries of the universe deepened, Ziyue could also sense some flaws in his previous attacks. This kind of flaw was actually flawless at the primordial spirit realm or even at the spirit-severing realm. At the very least, none of Ziyue's enemies had been able to see through this flaw and use it to pose a threat to him. However, at this moment, as he improved the heaven-startling staff strike to the phenomenal success stage, the profundity of the Tao integration stage instantly raised his vision to an unimaginable level. It was the same attack, the same Tao technique. Naturally, there would be mistakes. I believe that once I fix these flaws, my strength will be able to increase by a large margin. Ziyue guessed with great confidence. Boom, 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 boom. It was also at this moment that countless extraterrestrial demons made their moves as well. One after another, their attacks smashed towards Ziyue. Although Ziyue had killed a large number of extraterritorial demons, there were too many extraterritorial demons in the void. Each of them formed a myriad demons formation. Not only was their aura terrifying, but they also seemed to be joining forces to form a huge net that could cover the sky, trapping Ziyue within. Die! At the same time, the 10,000 Hands Heavenly Devil also rushed over. Previously, when Ziyue struck out with his staff, the pressure of the great Tao was so shocking that even he felt fear. However, when his attack easily crushed the staff, he immediately understood that Ziyue's staff was just a bluff. He, a dignified expert at the peak of the spirit-severing realm, a heavenly demon expert, was actually tricked. Endless fury surged into his heart. His wrinkled face couldn't help but contort into a ferocious expression. Countless palms immediately pushed out, forming demonic seals. When these demonic seals rushed out, they instantly combined, forming a huge skeleton-like figure. It was like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves as it surged towards Ziyue. Howl, 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 howl. The wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves contained an extremely exquisite primordial spirit attack technique. Even if a demon lord at the spirit-severing realm encountered it, his primordial spirit would be in intense pain and show signs of collapse. Once a demon lord was affected, his primordial spirit would instantly collapse and die. There was no possibility of any accident. However, when the wailing of ghosts poured into Ziyue's body, it was like a gentle breeze that instantly passed through. It didn't affect him at all. The primordial spirit attack technique of a peak spirit severing realm expert is indeed exquisite and powerful. Unfortunately, because of my special cultivation technique, my primordial spirit particles and physical body particles have merged. Whether it's a pure material attack or a pure primordial spirit attack, it's difficult to cause any harm to me. Unless these two attacks have reached an unimaginable level and can annihilate all my physical body particles and primordial spirit particles. Ziyue felt the state of his body. The wailing and howling had indeed injured him slightly. His primordial spirit particles and physical body particles had been slightly damaged, but this level of injury was not even 1% of his primordial spirit particles and physical body particles. He only needed to circulate his primordial spirit slightly, and within a few breaths, he would be able to recover to his original state. However, even if this primordial spirit attack poses a small threat to me, the full-strength attack of a peak spirit severing realm expert can't be underestimated. Ziyue didn't relax just because the wailing of the skeleton demon shadow didn't pose a threat to him. He knew that if he resisted the full-strength attack of a peak spirit severing realm expert with his own defense, he would definitely not be able to deal with it. Even if the defense of the Kunwu Golden Pagoda and the Real Dragon Mysterious Armor technique were unparalleled, it was very likely that they would be shattered in one blow, causing irreparable damage to himself. Therefore, when he saw the skeleton demon shadow rushing over quickly, Ziyue swung his cudgel without thinking. This cudgel was the heaven-shocking cudgel. This cudgel followed a special trajectory in the dark. The shadow of the cudgel was slender, but it seemed to carry the power of heaven, causing the world to change color. As the shadow of the cudgel was swung out, at this moment, it seemed that the supreme rules of the infinite universe had descended, completely crushing the great Tao of this world, forming a strong pressure of the great Tao. Chi, under the pressure of the great Tao, all the attacks that rushed toward Ziyue seemed to be suppressed, stripped of their divine light, became shaky and pale, and their power was greatly reduced. This was the great Tao's subservience, instinctively reacting to the supreme rules. Humph, it's just a bluff. The 10,000-hand heavenly demon snorted, extremely confident. It was impossible for him to fall in the same place twice. He stretched out his 10,000 hands, condensed a mysterious light, and threw out another attack. At the same time, the skeleton demon shadow that rushed toward Ziyue also rushed over at an even faster speed. Ziyue did not answer, and the cudgel fell lightly. Buzz! It directly smashed on the skeleton demon shadow. Chi, then, as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, the terrifying skeleton demon shadow, which was enough to kill any expert at the advanced stage of the spirit-severing stage, was instantly shattered and annihilated, turning into a stream of flowing light and dissipating. Then, Ziyue's cudgel shadow did not reduce its power, and it quickly crushed down, rushed in front of the 10,000-hand heavenly demon, and hit the mysterious light that he had just used. That mysterious light was called the demonic source light, and it was also a top-secret skill at the spirit-severing stage. Its power was unparalleled, but when Ziyue's cudgel shadow fell, the demonic source light turned into a stream of flowing light and quickly dissipated. How is this possible? This cudgel, the power of this cudgel is actually so powerful? Could it be that he was hiding his strength before? The 10,000-hand heavenly demon was stunned. His face was full of disbelief. Previously, it was also a shocking cudgel that contained the powerful and terrifying power of the Great Way, but it was easily crushed by him with a casual blow. It was very vulnerable. He had originally thought that this strike would be the same as the previous one. It was just a bluff from Bai Ziyue and that he would be able to easily destroy it. Moreover, he would be able to quickly kill Bai Ziyue with the remaining force of his attack. In the end, it was completely different from what he had expected. The power of his opponent's cudgel was unbelievably powerful. Not only did it easily annihilate his attack, but it also directly smashed in front of him. That kind of terrifying momentum, that kind of pressure of the great way, completely shocked his soul, and he even did not have the heart to resist. Rumble. Then, he could only watch helplessly as the cudgel's shadow fell on his body. Bang! More than half of his body was quickly crushed and turned into a pool of blood. He was severely injured. This attack directly caused him to be seriously injured. Not only was more than half of his physical body broken, but his primordial spirit also suffered indelible damage, and the pain was unbearable. This is the heaven-shaking cudgel. Even if it's only at the great achievement, its power is stronger than when I used the heaven-shaking 3 cudgel strikes before. It's definitely at the top level of the peak of the spirit-severing realm. Although it did not directly kill the heavenly demon with 10,000 hands, it has seriously injured him. Unfortunately, there are too many extraterrestrial demons this time, and I have lost the possibility to continue to attack the heavenly demon with 10,000 hands and kill him completely. Ziwa looked at the heavenly demon with 10,000 hands, who had turned into a pool of blood and quickly fled into the distance. He felt regretful, but his face was very calm. Now, his strength had increased greatly, and the situation had reversed, so he was completely relieved of the crisis. Next, it would be up to him to decide whether to fight or to retreat. Naturally, his decision was not to be doubted. Fight. Kill. Now that his strength had increased greatly, and the heavenly demon with 10,000 hands, who could have been a threat to him, was seriously injured, he naturally hoped to take advantage of such an advantage to kill as many experts of the extraterrestrial demon realm as possible and obtain as much soul power as possible. The heaven-shocking stroke of the staff at the profound realm already has such a strong power. Then, how amazing and terrifying will the heaven-shocking stroke of the complete realm be? Ziwa was full of anticipation. His figure flashed, and he quickly rushed into the group of extraterrestrial demons in front of him. The shadow of the staff swung out, and all kinds of means were displayed in a short period of time. What kind of monster is this extraterrestrial demon? Why do I feel that his strength is so much stronger than before? Even the heavenly demon with 10,000 hands is no match for him? Could it be that only the sovereign heavenly demon can kill this extraterrestrial demon completely? Countless extraterrestrial demons in the surrounding area were terrified, and they looked at Ziwa in awe. They really felt a sense of despair in their hearts. They did not expect that the astral world, which was originally very weak in their eyes, with the strongest being only at the peak primordial spirit realm, would have such a powerful monster like Ziwa. Now, even the heavenly demon with 10,000 hands had been seriously injured by him, and its combat power had been greatly reduced. With so many experts attacking together, it was difficult to pose a threat to him. Then, who else would be able to deal with him? Then, in the minds of all the extraterrestrial demons, there was a sovereign heavenly demon from 10,000 years ago, who was only one step away from the path integration realm, and who had not appeared for 10,000 years. This sovereign heavenly demon was definitely more powerful and terrifying than the heavenly demon with 10,000 hands. At this moment, in despair, they could not help but place their hopes on the sovereign heavenly demon. Chapter 859. I'm just afraid that even if the sovereign heavenly demon descends, it won't be a match for this demon. It was also at this moment that a faint voice sounded. It was Demon Master Jiushan, who had already reached the late-stage Demon Master realm and was ranked 3rd in the demon world. Demon Master Jiushan was the most ancient powerhouse in the extraterritorial demon world. He had lived for nearly 100,000 years and had personally witnessed the rise of the sovereign heavenly demon and the 10,000 hands heavenly demon. He had even seen the sovereign heavenly demon in action. As soon as he said that, countless extraterrestrial demons, who had been holding on to hope, suddenly felt gloomy. Unless the sovereign heavenly demon's strength improves further, Immediately after, he spoke again with a rare fanatical tone. All the extraterritorial demons' eyes lit up. 10,000 years ago, the sovereign heavenly demon was already at the peak of the spirit-severing realm and was only one step away from the Tao integration realm. If it improved further, wouldn't it be the Tao integration realm? If the sovereign heavenly demon's strength reached the Tao integration realm, there was no doubt that this astral demon would no longer be a threat and could be easily crushed. However, very soon all the extraterritorial demons looked disappointed. It was obvious that the sovereign heavenly demon had not reached the Tao integration realm. Otherwise, they would definitely be able to detect the heavenly Tao's trembling. If it was in the past, the sovereign heavenly demon would naturally find it difficult to reach the Tao integration realm. The great Tao will would not allow the birth of an existence that is equal to it or even surpasses it and can threaten it. However, now that the extraterritorial demon calamity has descended, even the 10,000 hands heavenly demon can't deal with it. The great Tao will might relax its restrictions and even help the sovereign heavenly demon. Demon Master Jiu Shan said in an inexplicable tone. It can't be? The great Tao will has no thoughts, no emotions, and no desires. How could it? Some people hesitated, but they couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation and fear. They were looking forward to the birth of a Tao integration realm powerhouse, but they were also afraid of the changes that the appearance of such an existence would bring to the entire extraterritorial demon world and themselves. The sovereign heavenly demon did not appear this time. Perhaps it's because of such a scheme. Demon Master Jiushan had lived for too long and was a late-stage demon master. In terms of understanding the sovereign heavenly demon, no one would dare to say that he was number one in the entire extraterritorial demon world. Therefore, although there was a hint of doubt in his words, his expression was full of confidence. This is the only choice. If you don't help me, the entire demon realm will suffer a catastrophe. The land under the heavens would sink, the dragon veins would be severed, and the level of the world would plummet. Naturally, the power you can wield will be greatly reduced. In a quiet valley, a stalwart figure looked at the void and spoke faintly. One. As his voice fell, the entire world could not help but tremble as if it was in a state of fury. You don't have to be angry. I'm not threatening you. You and I have an agreement. I'll help you devour the star realm, and you'll help me break through to the Tao integration stage. After 10,000 years of planning, they were about to succeed. Perhaps this outer astral devil was a counterattack from the will of the great Tao of the astral realm. Once you've made it through, everything will be over. Naturally, you'll be able to easily devour the astral plane. If we fail, it will be a calamity between us. Speaking of which, you're just bringing forward the reward you promised me. For you, there's no loss. That's right, I have to remind you that for some reason, the external devil's strength has been increasing rapidly. When he first stepped into the demon realm, he was only at the mid-stage primordial spirit realm. Now, not only has he reached the peak of the primordial spirit realm, but his strength has also reached the peak of the spirit-severing realm. Now, even the 10,000 armed heavenly demon can't do anything to him. Speaking of which, this 10,000 armed heavenly demon was secretly supported by you to keep me in check. Looking at his strength now, although he's not very strong, he can indeed be considered a great expert. As expected of the great Tao's son, the King of Providence. However, with his strength, it's still a little difficult to deal with this external devil. The stalwart voice spoke again, as if it was talking to the entire world. It was very strange. He shook his head and revealed a hint of a smile. This stalwart figure was naturally the strongest expert in the demon realm. He was also one of the true immortal experts who had stepped into the star realm 10,000 years ago, a supreme existence, the supreme heavenly demon. Just as Jiu Shan had guessed, he did have his own plans. The Tao integration stage. That was his goal. This was a realm that he had dreamed of, and he had been stuck at for far too long. In order to be able to break through, he had constantly planned and calculated, and now he finally saw the hope of success. Ziyue's appearance, in the eyes of others, was a huge crisis, but in his eyes, it was indeed an opportunity. An opportunity to force the will of the great Tao to help him advance to the Tao integration stage in advance. Naturally, he was not willing to let it go. Soon, his gaze seemed to penetrate the endless void and saw the battlefield in the distance, and his face suddenly changed. He said in surprise, "The strength of that external devil has become stronger again? This blow, the power of this blow is no weaker than mine. This external devil is too strong. The speed of his growth is too frightening. Perhaps it won't be long before his strength will increase rapidly again. You'd better make a decision quickly, otherwise, even if I take action, it will be difficult to keep him in check. If it really comes to that, with my strength and means, I can go far away to the endless stars and wander the starry sky. However, you can only watch the mountains and rivers of the demon realm shatter, and the spirit veins are cut off. Instead, you will be swallowed by the star realm, which is much lower than your world level." The supreme heavenly demon looked very serious, and said very seriously, "Rumble." The sky shook, and the will of the great Tao seemed to be shaken. Then, after a short while, there was a 5-colored auspicious light, which quickly scattered from heaven and earth, and rushed directly toward the sovereign heavenly demon. "Thank you for your help." The sovereign heavenly demon was overjoyed and quickly sat down cross-legged. He scattered the countless resources that he had accumulated for countless years around him, and he also used all his strength to activate the demonic arts, and swallowed the endless 5-colored auspicious light into his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The heaven and earth combined forces, and the great Tao resonated, and instantly merged with the sovereign heavenly demon. The entire extraterritorial demon realm suddenly darkened at this moment, and endless energy surged wildly, rushing toward the sovereign heavenly demon. Chi chi chi. The sovereign heavenly demon's aura also rose rapidly with the consumption of countless resources and the descent of the 5-colored auspicious light. Soon, it rose to an unimaginable level. In one go, I have to accumulate soul energy again, and completely upgrade the heaven-shocking staff strike to the perfect stage. Otherwise, I might not have such a good opportunity next time. Ziyue thought in his heart, and his eyes were cold and indifferent. Then, he did not chase after the 10,000 hands heavenly demon, but turned around and countless staff shadows slammed in another direction. Heaven-shocking 72 staff strikes, heaven-shocking 36 staff strikes, heaven-shocking 18 staff strikes, heaven-shocking 9 staff strikes, heaven-shocking 3 staff strikes, heaven-shocking 1 staff strike. In a short period of time, Ziyue displayed all the heaven-shocking staff strike. In an instant, a large area in front of him was completely covered by countless staff shadows, and almost no corner was left untouched. Rumble! The void collapsed, and the earth sank. Regardless of who it was, how many experts there were, and how strong they were, as long as the staff shadows passed by, the experts and the 10,000 demons formation were all smashed, turned into powder, and dissipated into nothingness. At the same time, on Ziyue's attribute panel, his soul energy was also rising rapidly. 1,000,000,000, 1,000,000,000, 2,000,000,000, 3,000,000,000. The joy of the crazy increase of his soul energy was really intoxicating. Then, he once again turned into a stream of light and rushed in another direction, quickly attacking. "Quick, stop him! Help!" Countless extraterrestrial demons let out desperate cries, but it was to no avail. When Ziyue's attack landed, no matter what kind of existence it was, they all turned into pools of blood, without a corpse left. Even the entire void seemed to have turned blood-red because of the fall of countless extraterrestrial demons, looking very strange and desolate. "Stop him! We can't let him kill all the demon kings." A demon master level expert quickly came to his senses. As he shouted, he quickly rushed toward Ziyue, wanting to stop him. After all, they were demon masters at the spirit severing stage, and they had clones outside. Even if this body fell, it would not be serious. As long as they cultivated for a certain period of time, they could use the particles of their flesh and blood to be reborn from a drop of blood. Rumble! More than 10 demon master level experts attacked, including the 10,000 hands heavenly demon that was reborn from flesh and blood after being injured. At this moment, a mystic light also shot out. Do you think I can't do anything to you? Ziyue preferred to hunt down the group of extraterrestrial demons that formed the 10,000 demons formation with Essence Soul Realm cultivators. This was not only because they were weaker, but also because of the advantage in numbers. Each 10,000 demons formation gave Ziyue a lot of spiritual energy. It was not inferior to killing a demon master level expert. But even so, in the face of the provocation of demon master level experts, he naturally could not be indifferent. In the face of the many demon masters rushing over, Ziyue only used one staff. Only one staff. As the giant staff descended, it was as if a terrifying force had descended. Moreover, it was accompanied by an extremely intense pressure of the Grand Tao. Rumble! More than 10 demon master level experts were terrified at the same time. It was only at this moment that they truly felt how small they were under the pressure of the great Tao. Only then did they understand the huge gap between them and Ziyue. Several demon master level experts even directly gave up on attacking when they saw the power of this staff and turned to flee. However, all of this was too late. Ziyue's staff swung out too quickly and swiftly. The shocking sky staff technique was originally known for its speed. Now that Ziyue had even used the power of time reversal, its speed had increased to an unimaginable level. Chi, the staff shadow fell, and almost in an instant, 3 demon master level experts' bodies directly shattered, turning into a cloud of blood mist. There were even 5 or 6 experts who did not dodge in time and suffered unimaginable injuries. Moreover, what made their expressions change even more was Chapter 860. The moment the staff shadow fell, they all felt a special power follow an unfathomable path and directly descend on their clones that were tens of thousands of miles away. Poof! 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 Even their clones were severely injured by this attack. Especially the 3 experts who were blasted into bloody foam. Their clones that were tens of thousands of miles away were also hit by this power at the same time and directly turned into dust. They had completely died. How is this possible? His attack is able to penetrate space-time and land on our clones? We just received the news. Zihe Demon Master, Jin Bei Demon Master, and the others have all died. This was especially true for Demon Lord Zihe, who was in the middle of giving orders, but the moment the attack landed, he was turned into dust and disappeared. Dozens of his subordinates saw it with their own eyes. The group of demon master level experts were horrified and revealed extremely fearful and terrified expressions. If it was just a normal attack, even if Ziyue's attack methods were shocking and the power of that attack was unbelievably strong, they would not have been able to deal with it. However, they were not afraid. The reason for that was because that strike was only capable of killing their clones at the very most. As for their true bodies, they were actually still several tens of thousands of kilometers away, or even several tens of thousands of kilometers away in their lairs. If their clones died, they would at most lose a few handy demonic treasures and a portion of their wealth. It would not be a threat to their lives at all. However, at this moment, they clearly felt something different from Ziyue's attack. Not only could the opponent's attack directly land on their bodies, but it could also follow an unknown path and land on their actual bodies, causing a threat to their actual bodies. All the demon masters' expressions changed, and they felt a chill in their hearts. There was great terror between life and death. Even they, who had reached the demon master level, could not break free from this terror at all. The Heaven Startling Staff Technique is completely different from any other staff technique in the Heaven Startling Staff Technique. Not only is the level of the technique extremely high, but it is also a Tao integration level ultimate technique and contains extremely exquisite mysteries of the great Tao. The method of killing a cultivator's actual body through the clones and super long-distance curses is actually just an application of another type of rule. And coincidentally, the Heaven Startling Staff Technique contains this kind of rule application. Ziyue was very clear about the wonders of the Heaven Startling Staff after he had repaired it. Previously, he had only raised it to the small success stage, so its power was limited. This sort of super long-distance technique that used the karma and fate laws to kill the true body of a demon lord-level powerhouse didn't pose much of a threat to the other party. As such, he did not truly use it. However, at this moment, after he had raised the heaven-shaking single staff technique to the great accomplishment stage, the power of this staff technique had already reached an extremely shocking level. With the might of the Heaven Startling Staff, coupled with the karma curse, the effects were instantly brought to bear. In one fell swoop, a total of 3 demon lord-level powerhouses, including their clones and bodies, were killed at the same time. The 3 demon masters have brought me a total of 900 million points of spiritual energy. Together with the 1.4 billion points from before, my spiritual energy has once again soared to 2.3 billion points. Ziyue couldn't help but glance at his attribute panel. Seeing that his spirit energy had once again soared to 2.3 billion, he felt a burst of excitement in his heart. If I want to raise the Heaven Startling Staff Technique from the Great Accomplishment stage to the Great Accomplishment stage, I need 2.56 billion points. Now that my spiritual energy has reached 2.3 billion, that is to say, I only have a gap of slightly more than 200 million points. This isn't difficult for the current me at all. It's just 1 demon master left and right, or 2 to 3 demon arrays. Ziyue thought so in his heart. Without hesitation, he swung out his staff again. Rumble! Under the Heaven Startling Staff Technique, everything in the world, including the mysteries of the great Tao of the entire world, seemed to have become insignificant. The faces of the several demon masters that the staff shadow was aimed at were all filled with fear. They wanted to dodge, but they discovered that their speed in front of this staff shadow was as slow as a turtle crawling. They wanted to block, but they only had time to use defensive technique. However, they knew very well in their hearts that with their own strength and means, they couldn't block at all. They would be instantly smashed into meat paste and completely annihilated. It was really because the power of Ziyue's attack was too strong. Not only had it reached the peak of the spirit-severing stage, but it was also considered to be at the top of the peak of the spirit-severing stage. Even the 10,000 hands heavenly demon, who also had the strength of the peak of the spirit-severing stage, found it difficult to block, let alone them. At this moment, they only hoped that this attack of the other party wouldn't cause any harm to their original bodies that were tens of thousands of miles away. It might even be like the Jinbei Demon Master and the others, directly killing them together with their original bodies. Chi. After one strike, 5 of the 6 demon masters were immediately turned into blood foam and dissipated into nothingness, as if they were dried twigs. Only a mid-stage spirit-severing stage expert relied on a superior-grade defensive demon treasure to block with all his might and barely escaped the disaster. However, even with the help of the superior-grade defensive demon treasure, that terrifying power still crashed into his body and directly injured him. As for the other 5 demon masters, they weren't so lucky. Not only were their clones killed, but a special and strange attack power also followed the power of the karma and fate rules and directly descended on their original bodies. In an instant, there were 4 demon masters who had completely fallen. Only one person, after using all his means, did not directly die, but he also suffered unimaginable injuries. His soul will was almost shattered, and he almost immediately fell into a deep sleep. If he did not have the help of a rare treasure, he would need at least thousands of years of quiet recuperation to completely recover. After the staff hit, Ziyue didn't stop. With a twist of his body and a flash, he quickly disappeared from where he was. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the area where Ziyue was immediately flooded by endless attacks. Obviously, when Ziyue attacked, the many extraterrestrial demons didn't stay idle either. They all used all their means to attack him. Even Ziyue could only rely on time reversal, time acceleration, and the use of many defensive techniques to survive. However, it was inevitable that he more or less also suffered some injuries. Kill! Although he's strong, his realm is still low after all. I don't believe that he can unleash such powerful combat strength endlessly. Such a terrifying attack, even with the Demon Master's rich origin energy, he can't use it more than a few times. This extraterrestrial demon has been fighting fiercely for a long time. I think he won't be able to hold on much longer. Kill! One by one, the extraterrestrial demons roared. They didn't believe that Ziyue could attack endlessly. In addition, Ziyue's great path will made him an enemy of the entire world. Any extraterrestrial demon who saw him would feel resentful, as if they had an irreconcilable hatred with him. Naturally, they would fight with their lives. One attack after another quickly rushed toward him. However, they were destined to be disappointed. With the support of the attribute panel, as long as Ziyue had enough soul energy, his origin energy would be endless and would never be exhausted. And now, how much soul energy did Ziyue have? In addition, he had been attacking all along. In the blink of an eye, he killed a lot of extraterrestrial demons. Naturally, his soul energy kept rising. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Right at this moment, the entire world suddenly shook. Then, in the distant horizon, heaven and earth were suddenly torn apart as a terrifying aura soared into the sky. This is... Ziyue was about to attack when he suddenly felt the change in the sky in the distance. His heart suddenly jumped and he felt uneasy. Breaking through the sky, great Tao harmony. Tao integration realm. Did someone break through to the Tao integration realm, which is above the spirit severing realm? An extraterrestrial demon suddenly exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. It's the sovereign demon. Only a supreme heavenly demon could cause such a huge commotion. Only he has a chance of making another breakthrough to the Tao integration stage. The other extraterrestrial demons also had the same guess. Then, their eyes were filled with fanatical excitement. The sovereign demon was the absolute king of the extraterrestrial demon world. 10,000 years ago, he was already at the peak of the spirit-severing realm. He was only one step away from the next realm, the Tao integration realm. In comparison, although the 10,000 hands demon was also at the peak of the spirit-severing realm, in terms of means and strength, almost all the extraterrestrial demons knew that he was far inferior to the sovereign demon. Tao integration realm? The legendary sovereign demon is about to appear? And he has the strength of the Tao integration realm? Ziyue's heart jumped, and he was also a little worried. The Tao integration realm was a realm above the spirit-severing realm. There was a gap of 2 full realms between him and Ziyue. No matter how confident he was in his own strength, he was also clear of the huge gap between himself and the Tao integration realm. I have to end this quickly. Moreover, my spirit power has reached more than 3 billion points, which is enough to raise the heaven-startling staff strike to perfection. Even if this heaven-startling staff strike to perfection can't pose a threat to the sovereign demon master who is about to break through to the Tao integration realm, it should be able to greatly increase my ability to protect myself. Ziyue took a deep breath and used the power of time reversal again. After dodging most of the powerful attacks, his gaze fell on the stats interface immediately. Consume 2,560 million points of spirit power to raise the heaven-startling staff strike from perfection to perfection. Upgrade. Ziyue chose to upgrade without hesitation. Instantly, a huge amount of cultivation experience, understanding of the great Tao of the heaven-startling staff strike were all imprinted in his mind. And he seemed to have gone through thousands of years of bitter cultivation as he directly cultivated the heaven-startling staff strike to perfection. The heaven-startling staff strike to perfection, Ziyue murmured, and he was immersed in it. He silently felt the gains brought by this upgrade. This time, his gains were not only the mastery of a secret technique, but also a transformation from inside out. Especially his understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth, even if he was only at the peak of the primordial soul realm, he reckoned that even the 10,000 hands demon, who was at the peak of the spirit-severing realm, was far inferior to him. Chapter 861. Now that I've perfected the heavenly staff strike, my strength has also soared. Not only in terms of attack power, but because my understanding of the laws of heaven and earth has reached an unimaginable level, I know all kinds of abhijna and Tao techniques like the back of my hand. When I use the same Tao technique now, its power will also soar greatly compared to before. Therefore, the level of my strength has actually increased to a certain extent compared to before. Even with my current strength and foundation, it's not impossible for me to make another breakthrough and advance to the spirit-severing stage. Ziyue silently digested the changes in his strength after this upgrade. If he could erupt with the power of the peak of the spirit-severing stage with the help of the heavenly staff strike before, then at this time, even if he used the heart sword technique and the 9 thunder god-destroying seal, it would be enough to erupt with the power of the peak of the spirit-severing stage. And if he used the heavenly staff strike, even if he hadn't really used it yet, he believed that the power of the staff would definitely be unbelievably strong. Surpass the peak of the spirit-severing stage? Reach the Tao integration stage? It wasn't impossible. At this moment, all kinds of complicated emotions surged in his heart, and Ziyue clearly felt his strength. This kind of strength seemed to be on par with the heavens and could break through the sea, and it made him extremely intoxicated. It also made him involuntarily feel a sense of enlightenment in his heart. He understood that the shackles that were originally placed in front of him between the primordial spirit stage and the spirit-severing stage were now as thin as paper and could be broken at any time. In fact, long ago when he mastered the killing heart and created his own heaven-breaking Tao technique, the great Tao unification technique, the level of his strength and the level of his realm were actually already at the peak of the primordial spirit stage. The only thing lacking was the irrigation of strength and the accumulation of origin energy. At that time, he actually already had the possibility of breaking through to the spirit-severing stage. It was only because of the obstruction of the will of the great Tao, coupled with the fact that his understanding of the laws of heaven and earth was not deep enough that he couldn't break through with strength, that he didn't have much confidence. And now, his accumulation was enough, and his realm had reached the peak of the primordial spirit stage. Because of the heavenly staff strike and the heavenly staff strike, his understanding of the great Tao of the universe had already reached an unimaginable level. Naturally, he already had the possibility and foundation of a breakthrough. Moreover, at this moment, he already had a certain degree of confidence. He was confident that he could break through his shackles and raise his strength to the next level. However, in the extraterritorial devil world, due to the obstruction of the great Tao will of this world and the interference of numerous devil Tao experts, my chances of breaking through are infinitely lower. This was not a suitable place for a breakthrough. Astral boundary. Only in the star boundary can my strength and realm advance smoothly. Even if the will of the great Tao interferes with me, I am confident that I can break through all of them and forcefully advance. Ziwa thought silently, his heart filled with confidence. After all, the world level of the astral plane was much lower than that of the extraterrestrial devil world. Naturally, the interference that hindered his breakthrough was relatively weaker. He could break through all techniques with his strength, forcefully break through the shackles and suppression, and advance to the level of the spirit severing stage. Half-step Tao integration stage? Even with my countless years of accumulation, tens of thousands of years of foundation, and the support of the will of the great Tao, I only managed to make a small breakthrough to the half-step Tao integration realm? In the nameless valley, the sovereign heavenly demon's face turned slightly ugly. He could feel that his current strength was much stronger than before. However, this kind of strength was somewhat different from what he had imagined. There was no feeling of transcendence, as if he could surpass heaven and earth and obtain great freedom. In other words, although his realm and strength had soared, and to a certain extent, he was indeed at the level of the Tao integration stage, he did not surpass the world of the demon world. He was still under the control of the will of the great Tao of this world. As expected, this will of the great Tao has already awakened its consciousness and is selfish. Although it helped me break through my realm, it still has a trick up its sleeve. It did not allow me to transcend the world and completely integrate with the heavens. The sovereign heavenly demon quickly understood what was going on. Actually, this was also because he did not have enough foundation and could not completely master one of the supreme Tao laws and truly achieve the integration of body and flesh, the integration of body and mind, and the integration of spirit and Tao. However, he believed that if the will of the great Tao really wanted to help him, with the foundation of this world and the number of supreme Tao laws that it contained, he would be able to completely master them in an extremely short period of time. Then, he would be able to integrate the Tao laws and officially advance to the Tao integration stage. It would not be like now, where only the power of his true essence had reached the Tao integration stage. In fact, in terms of realm, he was still a little lacking. At most, he could only be considered as a half-step Tao integration stage cultivator. However, even a half-step Tao integration stage cultivator has greatly improved my strength, and there has also been a fundamental change in my state of being. Next, as long as I completely comprehend and integrate one of the supreme Tao laws, I will naturally be able to completely advance to the Tao integration stage. From then on, I will be free and unfettered and will never be different again. Although the sovereign heavenly demon was a little unhappy, he quickly became relaxed. At least, he had already crossed the most difficult threshold. The only thing he lacked was to comprehend the Tao laws and use them to integrate with the Tao. This was already a great surprise to him. As for next, I should also fulfill my promise and attack that outer astral demon. No matter who it is, he will definitely die this time. The sovereign heavenly demon's gaze immediately turned and looked at the battlefield in the distance. Buzz. Without a sound, his entire body fused with the world. Then, with a slight sway, he appeared several thousand kilometers away in the blink of an eye. Teleport. This was a movement technique that only Tao integration stage cultivators could master. Teleport. It was able to merge with heaven and earth directly and move between two places in this world. With his cultivation realm and strength, one teleport could cover a distance of 5,000 miles. Not only was his speed unbelievably fast, but the direction of his body was also completely unpredictable. It was really exquisite to the extreme. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After teleporting once, the sovereign heavenly demon did not stop and continuously used teleportation technique. In just a short 4 or 5 teleportations, he had already crossed a distance of more than 20,000 miles. Then, he quickly appeared in the outer region of the battlefield. He saw the myriad demon array formed by countless demon kings. He also saw more than 10 demon master-level powerhouses besieging the outer astral demon powerhouse. However, the outcome did not seem to be good. Even though their attacks were concentrated and their power was extremely terrifying. However, the outer astral demon, who was at the center of the battlefield, was moving erratically and would suddenly change directions from time to time. Although it seemed extremely dangerous and could be hit at any time and be severely injured, it could always avoid the most threatening attacks by a hair's breadth and then calmly face the aftermath of the attacks that were not too strong. Then, the other party could always counterattack at the right time, and often, it would result in great result. In the short time that he had arrived on the battlefield, 2 myriad demons formations formed by Demon King level experts had been directly destroyed by him. Countless extraterritorial demon experts had also perished at the first moment. Only a few lucky ones were able to survive by sheer luck. The strength of this outer astral demon is indeed not simple. Moreover, he seems to have mastered one of the 2 supreme great Daos, the time lineage. The flow of time around him is obviously much faster than in other places. The sovereign heavenly demon sighed inwardly but was not surprised. If this outer astral demon was not strong, why would the great Tao will be so flustered and desperately gather people to besiege him? How would he be able to take this opportunity to break through and reach the half-step Tao integration realm in one go? Then, the moment Ziyue threw out the flying sword again, he finally made his move. His figure flashed and instantly increased his speed to the maximum. Ziyue fought fiercely in all directions. His every move contained great power, and the battle was obviously much easier than before. Even when the 1,000-armed heavenly demon recovered and attacked again, it did not pose a threat to him. However, it was also at this moment that he suddenly noticed that there was an expert on the periphery of the battlefield. Like a flash of light, he rushed straight toward him at an incredible speed. Moreover, the other party's aura and momentum, perhaps because he had just broken through, were very obvious and completely different from ordinary demon masters. He was stronger, more ethereal, and his aura was more unique. Sovereign Heavenly Demon, this is the Sovereign Heavenly Demon. Has he really broken through to the Tao integration realm? Ziyue's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively felt a strong threat. A Tao integration realm expert was considered an expert outside of the astral boundary and in the endless galaxy. At this time, although the sovereign heavenly demon had just broken through, his strength was definitely beyond imagination. Ziyue was filled with apprehension and was naturally very cautious. While frantically retreating, he also restored the origin energy in his body to its original state. He clenched the long rod in his hand tightly and exerted a little force. A unique aura that contained endless mysteries uncontrollably emanated from his body at this moment. It's the sovereign heavenly demon. The sovereign heavenly demon is here. His aura. As expected, the sovereign heavenly demon has broken through. He has broken through to the Tao integration realm. Tao integration realm, this is probably the first Tao integration realm expert in our world, right? Originally, I was a little worried. With the strength of this outer demon, even the sovereign heavenly demon could not do anything to him. Now, the sovereign heavenly demon's strength has broken through again and reached the Tao integration realm. Then, no matter how strong the outer demon is, he will definitely die at this moment. At this moment, the others also noticed the sovereign heavenly demon's figure at the first moment, and their faces were filled with incomparable surprise. The sovereign heavenly demon was originally the strongest expert in their world, and his strength was unbelievably strong. They had pinned their hopes on him. Now, the sovereign heavenly demon's strength had broken through again and reached the Tao integration realm. Naturally, they were extremely excited and confident that the sovereign heavenly demon would definitely be able to kill Ziyue easily and completely resolve the crisis of this world. Chapter 862. It's time for everything to end. The sovereign heavenly demon said indifferently. Then, he opened his hand and a huge black palm blasted out. Rumble, as soon as the palm appeared, it covered the surrounding void. Looking over, only the countless faint runes on the black palm could be seen. The surrounding heaven and earth began to solidify, causing Ziyue's speed to decrease greatly. It seemed that there was no way to escape. Everyone could feel the terror of this palm. What a powerful attack! It's definitely beyond the peak of the spirit-severing stage. Tao Integration Realm. Has this sovereign heavenly demon really broken through to the Tao Integration Realm? Ziyue quivered, and his heart was extremely heavy. This kind of control over heaven and earth, as well as the power of the Tao laws that solidified the void, made him understand that the other party's comprehension of heaven and earth had reached the extreme. It was really very powerful and powerful. This kind of power is too strong. It's definitely the strongest existence that I've encountered since I started cultivating. If it was before I raised the heaven-startling staff strike to perfection, facing an expert of this level, not to mention fighting with him, I reckon that even if I used all my means, I wouldn't be able to escape. Time reversal? In the face of absolute strength, time reversal can't change anything. Time acceleration? It can only increase my attack speed by a few times. How can it compare to the Tao of heaven and earth of a Tao Integration Realm expert's comprehension of heaven and earth and the suppression of this world? Ziyue's mind was clear and he felt lucky. Fortunately, I've upgraded the heaven-startling single stroke to perfection. In terms of the use of the Tao laws of heaven and earth, I'm not weaker than the other party. To a certain extent, I've even surpassed the other party. As for the power, Ziyue held the long staff tightly and swung it out at the same time as the other party's palm print fell. Before the attacks of both parties landed, a shocking power of the great Tao spread out in all directions and collided. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The terrifying power of the great Tao made almost all the experts at the Demon Master Realm and above tremble in fear. They couldn't help but feel a sense of submission. Even those experts at the Demon Master Realm turned pale and frantically retreated, as if they didn't dare to take too much. Then, Ziyue's staff shadow completely collided with the black palm. Rumble. Die. The sovereign Skyfiend's eyes were filled with anticipation. He was extremely confident in his current strength. Now that he had broken through to the half-step Tao integration stage, he wanted to see just how powerful his attacks had become. On the other hand, Ziyue was an existence that even the Devil World's will of the Great Path feared. Ziyue was an existence that many experts in the Devil World couldn't capture and kill in a short period of time, even if they worked together. This was already worthy of him going all out, and he could also test the power of his attack. Just in time. Ziyue's eyes were also filled with anticipation. Before the arrival of the sovereign heavenly demon, he had just raised this heaven-startling strike from great success to great perfection. Even though he clearly knew in his heart that this increase would definitely cause his strength to undergo a tremendous change and far surpass his previous strength, he still did not have any confidence in his heart before truly witnessing the might of this rod. Now that a Tao integration stage powerhouse was making a move, the sense of danger in his heart had reached the extreme, and the thought of clashing with him had truly sprouted in his mind. After all, at that time, even if he was no match for them, he would still have the power to resist. At the very most, he could use time backtrack in time before the opponent's attack arrived. At that time, he could backtrack as much time as possible and do his best to return to the star boundary. The rod was swung out. As the terrifying power filled the air, the yuan power in Ziyue's body immediately turned into an invisible whirlpool and was directly swallowed by the long rod. Sizzle, even with the density of the yuan power in Ziyue's body, it was sucked dry in the blink of an eye. This consumption is too terrifying, isn't it? Ziyue's expression changed. Even though he had long known that the more powerful an attack was, the more yuan power would be consumed. However, the consumption of this strike was still so great that it was beyond his imagination. He hurriedly used his spirit power to quickly recover his yuan power, and only after a total of 3 tries did he truly throw out the rod. The rod's shadow rapidly smashed onto the black palm. Bam! How is this possible? The sovereign heavenly demon's expression suddenly changed. Then, he saw Xiu's long rod smashing onto his black palm. With just a slight delay, his black palm could not withstand the impact and was directly smashed into smithereens. The absolute power of the attack, his own technique, was actually no match for the other party's rod? Could it be that his strength has increased again? The sovereign demon's heart trembled. Back when Xiu killed the first demon master, the peacock demon master, he had already noticed Xiu's arrival. Even though he could not rush over in a short period of time due to his location, he had witnessed the growth of his strength through his performance. Middle primordial spirit realm, late primordial spirit realm, peak primordial spirit realm, his combat strength also increased along with his cultivation level, and the profoundness of his attack techniques also soared. In fact, 10 breaths ago, he had even noticed that Xiu's strength had increased to the point that he could rival a peak spirit severing stage expert and was not weaker than the 10,000 hands demon master. However, he did not expect that after 10 breaths, when his cultivation level had increased to the half-step to Tao integration stage, the other party's strength had also increased tremendously. His absolute power had even surpassed his own? What kind of monster is this? How could there be such an existence in this world? He began to doubt his life. The other party's growth speed was really beyond his comprehension, and many questions arose in his heart. However, his reaction speed was not slow either. The moment Xiu's rod shadow smashed his black palm, countless bone armors immediately appeared around his body. The bone armors immediately combined and blocked in front of him. At the same time, the sovereign celestial demon opened up his own domain in time. His domain had grown to an extremely high level after reaching the half-step to the Tao integration realm. Not only could he use it to fight his enemies, but his defensive means were also better. He reckoned that even the 10,000 hands demon, whose strength had reached the peak spirit severing stage, would not be able to last long in his domain. Xiu's shocking rod strike completely smashed the black palm. Then, without any reduction in strength, it rapidly landed in front of the sovereign demon and instantly broke through his domain defense. Boom! The rod shadow continued to fall and broke through his bone armor defense. In fact, the bone armor defense was actually an upper-grade demonic bone armor. Its defensive techniques were excellent and its defensive power was one of the best in the entire extraterritorial demon world. However, it was still not as powerful as Xiu's rod strike. Bam! The rod shadow continued to fall on the sovereign demon's body. The terrifying impact, after passing through many obstacles, had actually been weakened countless times. In addition, the sovereign demon's strength was shocking and his physical defense was also extremely terrifying. This blow hit the sovereign demon's entire body. Finally, most of the remaining power was dissipated by his exquisite control of strength. The remaining power did not cause much damage to him. As expected, it's impossible to kill a Tao integration stage powerhouse with a single strike. Although my attack power is strong, it is also extremely difficult to pose a threat to him. Xiu's eyes revealed a trace of regret, but he was not disappointed. He had long known that the other party's strength was too shocking. To be able to defeat the other party in terms of absolute attack power was already a surprise to him. The only thing that made him feel a little helpless was that this shocking rod strike required a shocking amount of energy. Even with the density of his origin energy, he still needed to perfect it 3 times before he could unleash it. Fortunately, he had the stats window and his spirit energy was sufficient. Otherwise, under the siege of so many demon world experts, he would have been exhausted and killed long ago. Baizue had a clear understanding of his own strength and means after defeating the sovereign celestial demon with one strike. He was very confident. Without hesitation, he struck again. Chi. Once again, it was consumed 3 times. A huge amount of origin energy surged into the rod like a flood. Then, following some unknown trajectory, it struck towards the sovereign demon again. Not good. The sovereign demon's heart skipped a beat. Although it was a little difficult to accept the fact that he was inferior to the other party in terms of absolute power, he was even more aware of the danger he was in. He would die. He would really die. The other party's attack power was already enough to pose a threat to him. He hurriedly sent out a palm strike again, and a square seal was thrown out. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge mountain and struck towards Ziyue fiercely. Bam! Ziyue's expression did not change as he swung out the rod shadow. The palm strike was smashed, and the square seal was also sent flying under the terrifying impact of the rod shadow. Then, without any reduction in strength, it continued to strike towards the sovereign demon. The sovereign demon did not even think as he hurriedly used his integration with heaven and earth technique to retreat like a ray of light. But he was still affected by the rod shadow, and a large amount of flesh and blood melted. Damn it! The sovereign demon's heart skipped a beat and he was extremely terrified. At this moment, he actually felt the threat of death. Kill! Seeing this, Ziyue's confidence increased greatly. The third strike was immediately executed. Rumble! The void started to crumble as it pressed down on the sovereign heavenly demon. The pressure of the great Tao trapped the sovereign demon firmly in the void, and he could not escape at all. One strike of the rod spanned 3,000 miles. Even though he was astonishingly fast and could fly thousands of miles in an instant, he was not as fast as Ziyue's rod shadow. It's over. The sovereign demon was in despair. He did not expect that he would die just as he had just broken through and had not even had the time to show his power in front of others. He did not even have the time to display his true power as a half-step to the Tao integration realm. Tens of thousands of years of endless cultivation and 10,000 years of planning were all going to be for naught. It's over. At this moment, the hope that had risen in the hearts of countless other extraterrestrial demons sank in an instant and they fell into despair. Even the strongest sovereign demon, who had obviously broken through to the Tao integration realm, was not a match for the outer astral demon. Naturally, they were even weaker. Next, wouldn't the entire extraterrestrial demon world fall into the fear of being dominated by the outer astral demon? And they would not be able to escape death. Chapter 863. Die. Ziyue was also looking forward to it. He was looking forward to whether his staff could really kill the supremacy heavenly demon completely. But just at this moment, the void shook and suddenly cracked open. Then, an overlapping space appeared beside the supremacy heavenly demon instantly. Almost as if it was a stroke of luck, the supremacy heavenly demon rushed into the overlapping space and immediately used a magical technique that only Tao integration experts could master, teleportation, and then disappeared completely. Ziyue's expression changed. He immediately understood. The will of the great Tao. The will of the great Tao had made a move. At this moment, only the will of the great Tao in this world could break through the lock of Ziyue's staff shadow and send the supremacy heavenly demon away with the help of the teleportation power of the overlapping space. It seemed to be verifying Ziyue's guess. In the blink of an eye, countless void cracks appeared in this world, and countless overlapping spaces appeared. As if it was a stroke of luck, the countless extraterrestrial demons around also immediately understood that this was their best chance to escape. Without any hesitation, they quickly rushed toward the overlapping space. Want to run? You have to ask me first. Baizue was enraged and immediately attacked. After all, the supremacy heavenly demon had already broken through to the Tao integration realm. Apart from the attack, Ziyue could surpass it. In terms of speed, defense, and the strength of the primordial spirit, Ziyue was actually far inferior to the other party. Therefore, Ziyue was actually not too surprised that the other party could escape. He estimated that even if the other party did not use the will of the Great Tao, he could still break through his attack lock and escape. But other demonic creatures, regardless of whether it was the Demon King level experts who formed the Great Demon Formation with the help of thousands of demons or the group of Demon Master level experts, he was confident that he could win and kill all of them. Naturally, he could not tolerate them leaving calmly under his watch. Therefore, he was beyond angry. The long staff in his hand swept out and quickly rushed out, directly using the shocking staff strike. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The shadow of the staff swept across and instantly covered a large area. At the same time, the flying sword in his hand flashed like lightning and quickly rushed in another direction. Then, a gray stream of light flashed, and a divine light swept out. A huge piece of black cloth covered the sky and covered the sun. At this moment, Ziyue used all his means. The Heart Sword Art, Grand Forbidden Spirit Art, Grand Magnetic Divine Light, Heaven and Earth Sleeve, 9 Lightning God-Destroying Seal. He unleashed all of his techniques to kill as many extraterrestrial demons as possible. Even though some of the extraterrestrial demons reacted with astonishing speed and rushed into the overlapping space at the first moment. However, under the effect of time acceleration, Ziyue's speed was even faster and his attacks were even swifter. Many of the otherworldly demons didn't even have time to react. They were only subconsciously rejoicing that the sovereign Skyfiend had escaped. The thought that they still had hope rose in their hearts. Then they saw staff shadows sweeping across, sword lights filling the sky, or divine light flashing. Then, everything before his eyes turned black, and he fell completely into the boundless darkness, dying completely. Only some of the extraterrestrial devils with astonishing strength, who happened to be in the peripheral area and who were naturally agile, were able to survive the disaster. Boom, 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 chi, chi, chi. Under his frenzied attacks, a large group of extraterrestrial demons died in his hands in the blink of an eye. Among them, there was no lack of demon lord-level experts. In fact, Ziyue's shocking staff strike was too powerful. Just using it required 3 times the amount of origin energy consumption. When facing the sovereign Skyfiend, it might be a little strenuous. However, when facing this group of extraterrestrial demons who were at most demon lord level, it was naturally a lot easier for him. After dozens of breaths, the entire world was in a state of desolation. The ground was broken and the void was silent. Only Ziyue stood in the void like a demon god standing in the void, filled with endless blood chi. In this battle, he had killed too many extraterrestrial demons. He could be said to be a peerless demon, a killing god descending to the world. Naturally, there would be an endless amount of blood chi lingering around him. It would only dissipate after a long period of time. In the end, more than half of the extraterrestrial demons managed to escape. The number of extraterrestrial demons that I really killed was only 30% of the total number of extraterrestrial demons. Ziyue sighed, feeling a little disappointed. Everything was too sudden. After all, he was only one person. Even if the attack range was extremely wide, and he tried his best to keep as many extraterrestrial demons as possible, more than 60% of them still managed to escape. However, even if I only killed 30% of the extraterrestrial demons, the amount of soul energy it gave me is definitely not small. Then, Ziyue's gaze landed on his stats panel, and a strange glow flashed across his eyes. 9 billion soul energy. I didn't expect that the frenzied attacks at the end would actually increase my soul energy by so much. 7.9 billion spirit energy is definitely not a small amount. I just need another 2.1 billion spirit energy and I can raise the number of spirit energy to 10 billion. 10 billion soul energy will definitely allow my stats panel to upgrade again. By then, there will probably be another change that will allow my strength to increase greatly again. Ziyue was actually somewhat satisfied in his heart. Before stepping into the extraterrestrial demon world, he had come with the determination to die. Who would have thought that everything would go so smoothly? With the help of the stats panel, his strength continued to soar, and unknowingly, he was invincible in the extraterrestrial demon world. He killed countless extraterrestrial demons, and all of them were terrified. In the end, it was the will of the Great Path that helped them escape. However, the timing of this will of the Great Path's attack was too precise. It just so happened that the sovereign demon was about to be defeated, and countless extraterrestrial demons were in despair. If not for this, the number of extraterrestrial demons that I could have killed would definitely be more than half. By then, my soul energy would have already reached 10 billion soul energy. Ziyue thought to himself, but he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. From the various performances of this will of the Great Path, this was definitely not something that the will of the Great Path, which had no thoughts and no wisdom, could do. Although the other party's methods were still part of the rules of heaven and earth, they were too frequent and ingenious. Moreover, the methods that were targeted at him were too obvious. Even if Ziyue was only an external demon to the extraterrestrial demon world and was naturally incompatible with this world, he shouldn't have been targeted to such an extent. Even now, overlapping space, void cracks, divine thunder of Jiwei, this will of the Great Path can be said to have schemed in order to deal with me. Ziyue looked at the countless phenomena around him that were rarely seen in hundreds or thousands of years. Suddenly, they appeared in a dense cluster around him. He understood that if he continued to stay here, what awaited him would probably not be a good outcome. The will of the Great Path of a world, especially this will of the Great Path that was obviously unusual, was really too much of a threat to him. Once this will of the Great Path completely awakens and attacks me with all its might, I reckon that even if I use all my means, I won't be able to escape this calamity. A strong sense of danger rose in Ziyue's heart. Under the dark clouds, violent lightning brewed, giving him an endless sense of threat. Although he still wanted to take advantage of his great victory to continue attacking and completely resolve the crisis of the astral realm, he also wanted to greatly increase the number of his spirit energy, causing it to reach 10 billion. However, when he thought of the environment he was in, once the number of spirit energy reached 10 billion, the attribute panel would definitely be upgraded. At this moment, when the attribute panel was upgraded, then his time acceleration, time reversal, and methods of spirit energy recovery would definitely be sealed. Under such circumstances, in this extraterrestrial demon world where the entire world was his enemy, his situation would be worrisome. After all, the reason why he could be invincible in the extraterrestrial demon world was mostly because of the power of the attribute panel. There's not much point in continuing to stay here. My strength isn't enough to sweep through the entire extraterrestrial demon world. Once the number of spirit energy accidentally reaches 10 billion, the attribute panel won't be able to upgrade, and my strength will definitely be greatly reduced. Ziyue thought silently, then couldn't help but sigh and say, "Why don't I go back, why don't I go back?" Then, he carefully avoided the overlapping spaces and space crack. With the Kunwu Golden Pagoda and the True Dragon Armor technique, Ziyue slowly walked toward the space entrance. Along the way, Ziyue could occasionally feel a sense of spying. Obviously, there was no lack of powerhouses who were using some kind of ultra-long-distance magic treasure to monitor him, but he didn't care. Along the way, he even encountered 2 small demonic nests. The Demon King-level extraterrestrial demons naturally escaped at the first moment. However, the remaining demonic creatures were all killed by him, adding bricks and tiles to his spirit energy. In this way, Ziyue's spirit energy soared to 1 billion points. Soon, Ziyue's figure appeared at the space passage. From the time Ziyue entered the extraterrestrial demon world to the time when he was about to leave, it was actually only about an hour. Therefore, this place still retained the traces of the battle after he faced the encirclement when he first arrived here. Ziyue silently stood in place and stared at the void in the distance. This time, thank you for taking care of me. If I don't do anything, wouldn't I be letting you down? Ziyue said inexplicably from afar, and then the yuan qi in his body crazily gushed out. He stretched out his hand, and a demonic staff was already in his hand. Rumble! Heaven's startling staff technique. Smash! Ziyue roared. The staff shadows that filled the sky quickly swept out. Heaven startling 72 staff strikes, heaven startling 36 staff strikes, heaven startling 18 staff strikes, heaven startling 9 staff strikes, heaven startling 3 staff strikes, heaven startling 1 staff strike. At this moment, Ziyue actually displayed the complete transformation of the heaven startling staff technique, and then with the last staff strike, he swung out. Rumble! It fiercely smashed into the endless void, into the universe's firmament, and into the will of the great Tao. Chapter 864. It was impolite not to reciprocate. In the short half an hour since he stepped into the extraterritorial demon world, he had received a lot of care from the will of the Great Path. It was impossible to say that he was not resentful. Therefore, before he left, he attacked with all his might. Rumble! The long staff swept out and swept across 3,000 miles, crushing everything around it. It also followed some kind of invisible trajectory and locked onto the existence that was spying on him and casting divine curses on him in the endless void. Humph! There seemed to be green smoke coming out, and there was also a muffled sound like thunder. Ziyue immediately felt his body lighten, and the feeling of being in a desperate situation, being surrounded by bad luck, and even the divine punishment like the seal of heaven and earth seemed to have left him at this moment. Did my attack really cause harm to the will of the great path of the extraterritorial demon world? Ziyue could not help but have a strange thought. He wanted to try again, but he suddenly looked at his attribute panel and could not help but be stunned. The number of spiritual energy had already reached 7 billion, and it was rapidly increasing as time passed. That's right. My attack did not kill any experts in the primordial spirit realm or the spirit severing realm. However, the dragon vein in the divine Deer Mountain range has been uprooted by me, and the impact is real. Countless creatures have fallen into desperate situations because of the severing of the dragon vein. Mountains and rocks have been broken, rivers have flowed in reverse, the earth has collapsed, and the sky has collapsed. Too many creatures have died because of this. In addition, my attack that spanned 3,000 miles has intensified this change. Even if the death of a single living being gives me very little soul energy, when countless living beings die at the same time, the amount of soul energy accumulated is extremely shocking. Ziyue quickly came to a realization. The extraterritorial demons were not the only creatures in this world. In the wilderness there were also strange beasts like demonic beasts. Perhaps they were not very intelligent, but their numbers were 10 times or even 100 times more than the extraterritorial demons. This time, Ziyue had uprooted the dragon vein and defied the heavens to change the origin. The impact on these living beings was even greater. Many of them had died in a short period of time. Naturally, this caused Ziyue's spiritual energy to soar rapidly. 7 billion, 8 billion, 9 billion. Ziyue only paused for a moment, and the number of souls reached 9 billion. Now that he had perfected many of his techniques, he didn't have any techniques that could greatly deplete his soul energy. He could only watch as his soul energy rapidly increased. I have to leave quickly. Once my soul energy reaches 10 billion, my stats panel will be upgraded. Then, I won't be able to use my time reversal, time acceleration, and soul energy to recover my origin energy. At that time, it would be difficult for me to unleash my original strength that allowed me to battle the world. Ziyue felt a chill in his heart. He was very clear that he relied a lot on the attribute panel. Most of his strength could only be unleashed with the help of the attribute panel. If it was really calculated based on his true strength, without the help of the attribute panel, Ziyue could at most unleash a combat strength comparable to the late Essence Soul realm. However, with the help of the attribute panel, time reversal, time acceleration, origin energy recovery, and other means, not only would his life-saving ability, his combat strength, and his attacking speed increase greatly, he would also be able to perfectly unleash the power of the Heaven Shocking Staff. The Heaven Shocking Staff was a technique that was completely at the level of the Tao integration realm. In other words, without the attribute panel, I'm only equivalent to a late spirit severing stage expert. At most, my attack techniques are astonishing and I can unleash a power comparable to the peak of the spirit severing stage. If I include the attribute panel, then my strength has completely stepped into the peak of the spirit severing stage. In fact, even at the peak of the spirit severing stage, I'm considered an expert. In terms of attack, I can even unleash the power of the Tao integration realm. Ziyue had a clear understanding of his own strength. He knew that after the attribute panel was upgraded, his strength would be greatly reduced and his situation in the extraterrestrial demon world was worrying. Buzz. Right at this moment, Ziyue felt his body shake. His gaze quickly fell on the attribute panel, and as expected, he saw the word system upgrading displayed on it. My spirit energy has broken through the 10 billion mark. The attribute panel has indeed upgraded again. Ziyue was a little happy but also a little regretful. If it weren't for the restriction of the attribute panel, he would really have the idea of killing his way through the entire extraterrestrial demon world. Now, he could only leave for the time being. Thinking of this, in order to avoid unnecessary complications, he didn't stay for too long. His figure turned and directly rushed into the space passage. Soon, with the help of the space ruler, he quickly passed through the barrier between the two worlds and returned to the astral realm. As soon as he stepped into the astral realm, a familiar aura swept over, causing by Ziyue to involuntarily feel as though he had been separated from the world for a lifetime. Even in the extraterrestrial demon world, he was like a peerless god of slaughter and was incomparably carefree. However, the doomsday-like scene, the constant targeting of the great Tao will, and the thick malice that always shrouded him made him feel very uncomfortable. Now that he had returned to the astral realm, the freedom and closeness, the aura that was like a mother's under the shroud of primordial chi made him involuntarily smile like a child and reveal a joyful expression. "You're back." Without a sound, an old man who seemed to be completely hidden in the depths of the void and could only be seen as a faint illusion in this world appeared not too far away. He stared at Bai Ziyue. This silver-haired old man was immortal Songhai. Obviously, he had been waiting not far away and immediately rushed over when he sensed the movement here. "You're back." Ziyue nodded. If it was before, it would be difficult for him to detect the other party's figure due to the difference in their realms. But now, his comprehension of the heaven and earth Tao and the great Tao of the universe was not inferior to the other parties in the slightest. In fact, he was even superior. Naturally, he could detect the other party's figure through the space barrier. "I didn't expect you to come back so soon. It's actually very normal that you didn't find the origin energy of the astral realm. It's already a great fortune that you were able to escape successfully from there. This time, your experience in the extraterrestrial demon world must have been of great help to your cultivation. After stabilizing and absorbing it, it might be possible for your strength to increase by another." How is that possible?" your strength has reached the pinnacle of the primordial spirit realm? Immortal Songhai saw that Ziyue's face was weather-beaten, and it was obvious that he had been through a series of battles. Moreover, he had only been in the extraterrestrial demon world for a very short time, so he thought that Ziyue had not gained much and could not help but comfort him. But immediately, he sensed that Ziyue's aura was different. Pinnacle of the primordial spirit realm? Ziyue's immortal technique realm had already reached the pinnacle of the primordial spirit realm? If he remembered correctly, the other party was clearly only at the mid-stage primordial spirit realm an hour ago. I've gained a little. Ziyue nodded casually and then continued. As for the origin energy of the astral realm, I've got it. With that, he flipped his hand and a jade box appeared in his hand. When he opened the jade box, a wisp of ethereal and blurry aura that seemed to contain supreme Tao laws and also seemed illusory and traceless appeared in front of him. It was the origin energy of the great Tao of the astral realm. Without much hesitation, Ziyue flicked his finger and directly flicked this wisp of origin energy of the great Tao into the space channel. Sizzle, after a series of violent sounds, the space membrane in the space channel quickly burst like a bubble. Then, the origin energy of the great Tao of the astral realm quickly rushed in and directly repaired the space channel that was originally extremely weak and had been swallowed by the extraterrestrial demon world to form it. The space channel was completely closed. Instantly, the supreme crisis that had originally loomed over the heads of the cultivators in the ancient barren region was temporarily and completely removed. What's going on? Why did your strength increase so quickly? And you even managed to snatch the origin energy of the great Tao of the astral realm from the hands of the demon world expert? According to what I know, the expert who controls the origin energy of the great Tao is a demon king expert at the peak of the primordial spirit realm and has many subordinates helping him. Not to mention you, even the so-called supreme realm experts of your world would find it difficult to snatch the origin energy of the great Tao from the hands of the other party. Immortal Songhai asked with a face full of shock. Great opportunities are often hidden in great dangers. I'm also very surprised that my cultivation could increase so quickly. As for the supreme realm? Didn't I tell you that before I entered the demon world, I already had the combat strength of the supreme realm? Now, even an ordinary spirit-severing stage cultivator might not be my match. Ziyue smiled and explained again, avoiding the important points and dwelling on the trivial. He ignored Immortal Songhai's shocked and incredulous expression and asked, "There's something I'd like to ask Senior about." "What is it?" Immortal Songhai took a deep breath and finally accepted the fact that Ziyue's strength was extremely strong. As for the other party's claim that he could defeat a spirit-severing stage cultivator, he did not take it to heart. Spirit-severing stage cultivators were two completely different realms from the primordial spirit realm. It was rare for 1 in 10 million people to be able to fight across realms. He did not think that such an existence could be born in a lower middle world like the astral realm. As everyone knows, there's a great Tao will in every world. Ordinary great Tao wills are emotionless and act according to the supreme laws. But this time, when I entered the extraterrestrial demon world, I could clearly feel the emotions of the extraterrestrial demon world. They even targeted me and did many things that violated the supreme laws. Ziyue hesitated for a moment and then hurriedly recounted his encounter in the extraterrestrial demon world. With his current strength, he was not afraid of what Immortal Songhai would think after knowing his strength. There was no other reason. This was the confidence that came with his strength. You saw a supreme spirit-severing stage cultivator? His strength even broke through? He reached the Tao integration stage? Most importantly, you even fought with him? And you're still alive. Not only are you still alive, but you even defeated him? You provoked the great Tao will to personally take action? Immortal Songhai was so shocked that he began to doubt his life. Chapter 865. Ziyue's words were simply too shocking, and he didn't dare to believe them. He had never thought that Ziyue's strength had already reached such an astonishing level. As someone who had fought with a supremacy heavenly demon before and had even experienced the terror of being dominated by a supremacy heavenly demon 10,000 years ago, he was well aware of the other party's strength. In his opinion, that was an invincible existence. In the end, such an invincible existence was still no match for this young cultivator in front of him even after breaking through to the Tao integration stage. He didn't want to believe it and instinctively doubted it. However, Ziyue's expression didn't seem to be one of evaluation. He was also confident that no one could lie in front of him without being detected. What I said is naturally the truth. Ziyue nodded, not surprised by the other party's reaction. This was because he knew very well that what he had done in the demon world was indeed a little shocking and sensational. However, this was the truth. He disdained to lie, and there was no need for him to prove anything to others. Perhaps that supremacy heavenly demon's strength also regressed after the ancient battle. Immortal Songhai was still unwilling to believe it and said somewhat self-deceptively before continuing, "As for that great Tao will, if I'm not wrong, it should have already awakened its own intelligence. This kind of great Tao will is very difficult to deal with, and it may not be a good thing for a world. This is because awakening their own intelligence often means that they have their own thoughts and desires, and they also have greed. Once greed is born, the first thing they think of is to strengthen themselves. They instinctively want to expand their surroundings. The reason why your astral realm encountered such a calamity might be because the other party has awakened its own intelligence and wants to devour your astral realm to strengthen its own origin." Awakened its own intelligence? Then how can we stop it from expanding outwards and devouring the origin of the astral realm? Ziyue was stunned and immediately asked. There are two ways. The first is to strengthen the origin of your astral realm. When the origin of your astral realm is far stronger than the origin of the demon world, the other party naturally won't dare to act rashly because there's the danger of being devoured. On the other hand, the other method was simple. It was to destroy all techniques with force. So long as one's strength was sufficient, one would naturally be able to disperse the quintessence of the Grand Tao and wipe out its own intelligence. Naturally, he would not have the idea of invading the outside world. However, I believe that for your star boundary, no matter if it's the first or the second method, it won't be easy. If the astral boundary origin wanted to grow to the level of the devil world, or even surpass the devil world, the treasures and resources needed were enough to create another astral boundary. Moreover, it could only be obtained from a distant star field. With the speed of a cultivator at the pinnacle of the primordial soul realm, just the round trip alone would take more than 100 years. By the time the treasures and resources are exchanged back, your astral realm would have long been devoured into dregs. As for the second method, the world level of the demon world was not low. Since it could give birth to an expert at the peak of the spirit-severing stage like the supreme heavenly demon. In that case, I estimate that it would require at least the power of the Tao integration realm to cause damage to the demonic realm's will of the great Tao and obliterate it. The Tao integration realm is an existence that is in harmony with the heavens, the earth, and the Tao. In any star field, they would be considered a powerhouse. I estimate that in the surrounding dozens of realms, there might not even be a single Tao integration realm powerhouse. But now that supreme heavenly demon should be added to the list. Immortal Songhai explained with a hint of emotion in his voice. I see. Ziyue nodded. It was no wonder that when he struck the other party with the heavenly staff, the power of the divine punishment on his body immediately disappeared. It seemed that his strike back then had actually caused damage to the demonic realm's will of the great Tao. He estimated that if he had struck it a few more times, he would have been able to completely disperse the consciousness of the great Tao. What a pity! Ziyue was slightly regretful, but he was not too disappointed. If there was a first time, there would be a second time. He believed that when he entered the demonic realm the next time, he would definitely be able to disperse the consciousness of the other party and completely resolve the crisis of the star boundary. All right, this matter has been settled. I should also take my leave and go into seclusion. I hope that the next time I come out of seclusion, I can see that the crisis of the star boundary has been completely resolved and that it is free from the entanglement of the demonic realm. Soon, immortal Songhai sighed. His figure flashed, and he quickly flew off into the distance. I will. Ziyue only replied indifferently. He did not stay in the same place. With a move of his feet, his entire body instantly turned into countless particles and quickly disappeared under the guidance of an invisible force. When he reappeared, Ziyue was already 2,000 miles away. Then, with just a few flashes, he appeared in the ancient, desolate battlefield. This time, Ziyue had gained a lot in the extraterrestrial demon world. Apart from the many spoils of war and the spiritual energy obtained from killing the countless extraterrestrial demons, Ziyue's greatest gain was the dragon vein in the Divine Deer Mountain Range. Previously, when the immortals descended, they had broken the dragon vein in the ancient desolate realm, causing the ancient desolate realm to sink and the spirit chi to scatter and become extremely thin. It had also caused the ancient desolate realm to become a land of immortal spells barren. For this, Ziyue had naturally put in a lot of effort. This time, the dragon vein he had obtained from the extraterrestrial demon world was the solution he had in mind. He believed that when he completely planted the dragon vein in the ancient desolate realm, it would definitely be able to greatly increase the spirit chi in the ancient desolate realm in a short period of time and return it to its former glory days. Furthermore, because the dragon vein in the Divine Deer Mountain Range was far stronger than the ancient desolate realm 10,000 years ago, and the dragon vein in the ancient desolate realm had not been completely broken, the combination of the two would make the ancient desolate realm's dragon vein even stronger and the spirit chi would surge even more. It might even become the #1 immortal spell Holy Land in the astral realm. Ziyue was looking forward to it. Soon, he arrived at the center of the ancient desolate battlefield, the land of the fallen immortals. Ziyue heaved a sigh as he looked down at the broken dragon vein below. Only a few small branches were connected to the various areas, and the dragon court ancestral chi that was escaping was extremely thin. It was barely enough to nourish the surrounding land and slowly repair the surrounding branches. Then, without any hesitation, he stretched out his hand. Rumble! The ground collapsed and the mountain rocks scattered. The entire scene of the dragon vein appeared before him. The dragon vein's revival is now. Ziyue shouted and the Kunwu Golden Pagoda flew out automatically. Following which, a huge spatial hole opened up. Within the space was the dragon vein that Ziyue had pulled out from the Divine Deer Mountain Range in the extraterritorial demon world. Rumble! The dragon vein was extremely huge. As soon as it appeared, it immediately caused the entire world to tremble. Countless amounts of primordial chi were emitted from the dragon vein and immediately caused the surrounding land to change. Mountains and rivers were uprooted and the earth was revived. Countless flowers and trees grew rapidly like bamboo shoots after the rain. They either turned into spiritual trees or grew into spiritual materials and earthly treasures. The surrounding spirit chi of heaven and earth became extremely dense in an instant. The ancestral chi of the dragon court turned into an auspicious light that shrouded the entire world. Go! Ziyue stretched out his hand and pointed. Buzz! 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 The complete dragon vein quickly descended and sank directly into the ancient desolate realm's dragon vein that was originally dead and lifeless, as if it was going to break at any time. Sizzle, the two merged almost instantly and then quickly sank into the entire earth, turning into a dazzling spirit chi that continuously nourished the entire ancient, desolate realm. The ancestral chi of the Dragon Court was as turbulent as the Yangtze River. It flowed rapidly throughout the entire ancient, desolate realm. The spirit mountains and spirit veins of the entire ancient barren region were rapidly recovering and growing under the nourishment of the Dragon Court's ancestral chi. Mountains rose from the ground everywhere, turning into towering peaks. Places that only had a small amount of spiritual chi became extremely rich in spiritual chi. The living beings that lived in the ancient desolate realm, regardless of whether they were ordinary beasts, poultry, pigs, or dogs, or the most intelligent human beings, all benefited greatly from the nourishment of the surging spirit chi. At the very least, it could prolong one's life and strengthen one's body. There were even some who directly comprehended the spirit chi and could cultivate immortal cultivation. At this moment, the entire ancient desolate realm was in the midst of a transformation. Between heaven and earth, even the will of the great Tao sensed this and sent down endless auspicious signs that illuminated the earth. It also seemed to be assisting the complete fusion of the dragon vein and promoting its growth. In fact, most of the auspicious aura was descending onto by Ziyue's body. Ziyue had planted the dragon vein from the extraterritorial demon world into the astral realm. It had imperceptibly increased the origin energy of the astral realm, and the level of the astral realm had also increased greatly. Naturally, heaven and earth sensed this and sent down auspicious signs to reward him. The changes in the ancient desolate realm were too great. In the blink of an eye, almost all the experts of the primordial soul realm and above in the astral realm sensed it and quickly approached. The first to arrive was immortal Songhai. He was about to go into seclusion, but he did not expect such a huge change to occur in the ancient desolate realm. Then, he was shocked to discover that Ziyue had cut off the dragon vein from somewhere and planted it in the ancient desolate realm. Thinking that Lin Fan had just returned from the extraterritorial demon world, how could he not know where the dragon vein came from? When he thought of the might of the backlash from the dragon vein, and the fact that the dragon vein would definitely be guarded by countless experts from the devil world, and it was even very likely that there would be devil masters at the spirit severing stage guarding it, he finally began to believe what Bai Ziyue said earlier. Lin Fan did indeed have the combat power of the spirit severing stage, and he could even be considered an expert in the spirit severing stage. The only thing that he could not accept was what Lin Fan had said about defeating the supreme celestial demon. Moreover, it was a supreme celestial demon who had broken through to the spirit severing stage. This was simply a myth. No one would believe it if they heard it. The spirit veins revival? Recreating the universe? How dare you? What a joke. With me, the poison calamity demon, here, how can I allow such a thing to happen? At this moment, a sinister laugh sounded. Then, a figure as tall as a demon god and shrouded in endless black clouds rushed over. Chapter 866. It's the poison disaster demon. He's still alive. Immortal Songhai's expression changed. The poison disaster demon was a true immortal expert of the late spirit severing stage, just like him. However, he was skilled in formations, while the poison disaster demon was even more skilled in poison. In ancient times, the poison disaster demon was already stronger than him. Now, seeing the poison disaster demon's aura, which was like the descent of the heavens, and the scene of endless poison, he immediately understood that the poison disaster demon had not only recovered from his injuries in the past 10,000 years, but his strength had also improved, reaching the peak of the spirit severing stage. The peak of the spirit severing stage was the sovereign celestial demon's original cultivation level. Even if the poison disaster demon's absolute battle strength was not as strong as the sovereign celestial demon's, he was still a peerless expert. At least in the astral world, he could dominate everything. The extraterritorial demon is a spirit-severing stage extraterritorial demon? In the distance, there were also experts who rushed over because they sensed the changes in the world. Among them, there was no lack of peak primordial spirit experts, and there were even one or two supreme realm experts. However, at the instant they saw the poison calamity heavenly demon, their faces turned pale, and they revealed shocked and horrified expressions. Baizhua looked up and immediately noticed the poison calamity heavenly devil. The poison disaster demon seemed to have been hiding in a hidden space in the land of the fallen immortals, cultivating in seclusion. As such, even when Ziyue barged into the land of the fallen immortals, destroyed his arrangements, and killed the immortal corpse that he had painstakingly cultivated, he did not alarm him. However, at this moment, the awakening of the dragon vein and the sudden changes in the world were too great of a commotion. It also affected the poison disaster demon who was cultivating in the hidden space. He was immediately awakened and rushed out. Die! The poison calamity heavenly demon saw Baizhua almost immediately. He knew that Baizhua was the one who had disturbed his cultivation. Furthermore, Baizhua was delusional. He wanted to restore the damaged dragon vein to its original state and return the ancient barren region to its peak. As one of the fearless powerhouses that the sovereign heavenly demon had planted in the star boundary, he naturally couldn't tolerate such a thing happening. After approaching, he immediately charged towards Ziyue with a black flowing light. This black stream of light contained a terrifying poisonous power. Just by dispersing slightly, the green and lush flowers and plants in the surroundings rapidly withered and melted, turning into mud. The life force of all living beings in the surrounding dozens of kilometers was also immediately cut off, causing the surroundings to become a land of death. A thousandly crimson land. This is the poison calamity heavenly devil's signature move, a thousandly crimson land. Immortal Songhai was shocked, but a look of regret appeared on his face. He actually admired Ziyue very much. Ziyue came from a humble background, but he had grown continuously in a short period of time, reaching the peak of the reverse primordial spirit realm. His cultivation speed could be said to be the fastest among his peers, surpassing countless geniuses of the stellar regions. However, he knew very well that the poison calamity heavenly devil's attack would not be able to block it. Not to mention Ziyue, even he wouldn't be able to block it in a situation where he had yet to recover from his injuries. Moreover, the poison calamity heavenly devil's strength had broken through again, reaching the peak of the spirit-severing stage. The strength of his attack had already exceeded his imagination. Therefore, even if he wanted to help Ziyue, he was completely powerless. I didn't expect to encounter another extraterrestrial demon so soon. Baizhua raised his eyebrows in surprise. With a thought, a flying sword had already turned into a stream of light and rushed out. At the same time, he stretched out his finger. His jade-like fingers instantly formed a special seal, and then he quickly thrust it out. Chi-chi without a sound, a terrifying thunder seal rushed out. In the end, Ziyue seemed to still feel a little insecure. With a flip of his hand, he swung his staff. Boom, boom, boom. A total of 3 staff shadows swept out rapidly. Heart Sword, 9 Thunders God-destroying seal, heaven-shaking strike in a short period of time, Ziyue struck out consecutively, directly using 3 skills. The Heart Sword art turned into a stream of light and rushed to the poisonous fog. With a sizzling sound, it pierced through the fog and quickly arrived in front of the poison calamity heavenly devil. With a loud bang, the poison calamity heavenly demon, who was about to charge over, came to a stop. The armor on his body instantly shattered, and the flying sword did not lose any of its strength as it pierced through his body. However, the poison calamity heavenly devil was a terrifying expert who had reached the peak of the spirit-severing stage after all. Although Ziyue's attack was powerful, and the power of destruction in the sword chi was extremely great, it only managed to heavily injure him. 30% of his life had been wiped out. However, soon afterwards, the Nine Thunders' God-destroying seal shot over. Like a bolt of lightning, it rapidly rushed into his soul, causing it to disperse slightly. His life force weakened by another 30%. In the end, the endless staff shadows turned into a huge pillar and collapsed. Rumble. Not only did it directly disperse the poison, but it also landed on the poison calamity heavenly devil's body, completely turning his body into nothingness. This heaven-shaking strike contained a special mysterious power. It even landed on the poison calamity heavenly devil's doppelganger, destroying his doppelganger as well. Dead. The poison calamity heavenly devil had fallen. He was quickly killed by Ziyue's 3 consecutive attacks. Everyone who saw this was dumbfounded. They did not dare to believe their eyes. If it were not for the chaotic fluctuations of Yuan Qi in the surroundings and the scattered demonic treasures that belonged to the poison calamity heavenly devil on the ground, everyone would have thought that everything that had happened was an illusion. Such a scene was simply too shocking. A primordial spirit cultivator had killed a spirit-severing stage expert. Moreover, the spirit-severing stage expert's strength was clearly unparalleled. It was not just a spirit-severing stage expert who was in the middle and late stages of the spirit-severing stage. It seems that what he said earlier about defeating the supreme heavenly devil was also true? Immortal Songhai was dumbfounded. He finally completely believed what Ziyue had said earlier. After all, he was well aware of the poison calamity heavenly devil's strength. Now, he had seen with his own eyes how easily Ziyue had killed him. That kind of strength, that kind of effortlessness, and that kind of rapid method of crushing his opponent made him unable to refute. As expected, among my moves, the heaven-shaking strike is still the most powerful. Even if I only used the heaven-shaking strike at greater mastery this time, its strength has already surpassed the Heart Sword Art and the Nine Thunders God-destroying seal by a large margin. It is also because of this that I was able to kill the poison calamity heavenly devil so easily. Ziyue scanned the battlefield indifferently. With a wave of his hand, he put away his spoils of war, revealing a pondering expression. He naturally had a clear understanding of his own strength now. If he used his full strength and used the Heart Sword Art and the Nine Thunders God-destroying seal, he estimated that his attack power would have officially reached the peak of the spirit-severing realm, which could be considered powerful. However, if he used the heaven-shaking strike, even if it was only at greater mastery, its strength would still be much stronger than the Heart Sword Art and other technique. It would definitely be at the peak of the spirit-severing realm. It's a pity that I don't have enough Yuan Qi to use the heaven-shaking strike at greater mastery. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. I could have killed the poison calamity heavenly devil with just a swing of the strike. Ziyue muttered. Then, he felt a vast amount of auspicious qi pouring into his body. The poison calamity heavenly devil had caused great damage to this world, and had even stolen the astral world's source energy many times. He had long been noticed by the great Tao Will, and had been punished by sealing the sky and land and being plagued with bad luck. He had only been a little bit away from becoming an enemy of the world like Ziyue in the demon world. Now that Ziyue had killed him, he naturally received a reward and a vast amount of auspicious qi. The auspicious qi has deepened, allowing my thinking speed, inspiration, and cultivation speed to increase greatly. Moreover, at this moment, the dragon vein has recovered, and all living things are reborn. Endless heaven and earth spirit qi has surged, and the dragon court's ancestral qi has transformed into immortal qi, enveloping the world. It can be said that it's suitable for me to break through. Why don't I use this opportunity to break through and step into the spirit-severing realm? The moment the auspicious qi poured into his body, Ziyue could not help but have the idea of breaking through. As early as when he was in the demon world, he had fought crazily. As his comprehension of the great Tao deepened, he felt that the shackles of the realm that originally enveloped him had loosened. He could break through at any time and officially step into the spirit-severing realm. However, because the environment in the demon world was too harsh, coupled with the interference of many otherworldly demons, and the threat of the great Tao will that had awakened its consciousness, the danger was extremely high, and it was not a good place to break through. Therefore, he held back and did not break through directly. Now that he had returned to the astral realm, the auspicious qi had deepened, and the spirit qi was abundant. He was immediately tempted. Without any hesitation, Ziyue took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. He quickly circulated the great primordial spirit scripture, and the surging primordial spirit scripture quickly gathered and then turned into streaks of dazzling golden primordial spirit scripture, rapidly pushing him to the next realm. And when Ziyue began to break through, the surrounding primordial spirit qi immediately boiled. Between heaven and earth, there were also streaks of extremely clear and almost completely manifested power of Tao laws descending. A terrifying aura spread, and a powerful force spread slightly, making anyone who saw it feel a sense of fear. Even immortal Songhai, who was powerful and at the advanced stage of the spirit-severing realm, was stunned at this moment and revealed a look of horror. Pressure of the great Tao, how can he have such a terrifying pressure of the great Tao on him? He had only seen this kind of pressure of the great Tao on powerhouses at the Tao integration realm. And now, he saw it on Ziyue. As time passed, more and more powerhouses approached and also saw Ziyue, who was in the midst of breaking through. Zhou Gutong, the sect master of the Heavenly Spirit sect, and Sun Badong, the palace master of the 9-star Tao Palace. Zhao Qianquan of the Great Tao Business Alliance, Ming Jiang of the Limitless Demon sect, and even Zhu Xuanzhen, the sect master of the Heavenly Star sect, who was far away in the True Law domain, had arrived. There were also many powerhouses from various sects who came with them. After all, the revival of the dragon vein would naturally give birth to endless changes. Under the perception of the Great Tao, there would also be clear Tao laws manifesting in the world, allowing countless cultivators to easily peek into the true realm of the Great Tao. Whether it was cultivation or breaking through, it would become much faster, enough to save hundreds of years of hard work. Therefore, at this moment, there were actually many powerhouses who were madly rushing over. Even Fan Qingyu and Zhao Yue were brought along by Fairy Luohua, who came with Zhou Gutong, the sect master of the Heavenly Spirit sect. At this moment, they were also looking at the figure sitting cross-legged in the distance with a look of shock and surprise. That's Ziyue, the sect master of the Dark North sect? In that case, the dragon vein of the ancient desolate region was revived by him? The extraterrestrial demon who called himself the poisonous disaster demon previously seemed to have been killed by him? The extraterrestrial demon's strength was at the spirit-severing stage, but he was still inferior to Sect Master Bai? What is he doing now? This phenomenon seems to be breakthrough. He is breaking through. Voices quickly came out from the mouths of the powerhouses. Then, as the word breakthrough fell, everyone was stunned and revealed a look of surprise and disbelief. Breakthrough? How was that possible? Didn't Taoist North Ming just break through from the peak of the Golden Core realm to the Essence Soul realm not long ago? He broke through so quickly? Wait, his immortal technique realm. It was only at this moment that everyone noticed Ziyue's immortal technique realm. The peak of the spirit-severing stage? What was going on? When did his immortal technique realm reach the peak of the spirit-severing stage? It had only been half a year since his last breakthrough. From the early stage of the spirit-severing stage to the peak of the spirit-severing stage, there were still the middle stage of the spirit-severing stage and the late stage of the spirit-severing stage in between. How could he have broken through in just half a year? One had to know that as far as they knew, the fastest cultivator in the astral realm to break through from the early stage of the spirit severing stage to the late stage of the spirit severing stage in the past, had to cultivate hard for 300 years. They were dumbfounded and almost couldn't believe their eyes. And most importantly, Ziyue was about to break through again? Chapter 867. Breaking through from the peak of the essence soul realm to the spirit severing realm? This was a matter that shocked countless people and made them feel incomparably shocked. No one could have imagined that Ziyue's strength would increase at such a terrifying speed. Right now, as they looked at by Ziyue, who was blessed with auspicious signs and had a myriad of appearances, and especially at the fact that he could kill a top-notch severing divinity stage expert and the poison calamity heavenly demon, they truly felt reverent and emotional. Then, a thought appeared in everyone's mind. Will he succeed in breaking through this time? Instinctively, other than a few people like Fan Qingyu and Zhao Yu who were close to him, the others did not want him to break through in one go and step into the spirit-severing realm before countless people. This was because the other party's rise was too fast. Many people did not even have time to accept and adapt to the birth of this new Supreme Realm expert, but the other party had already advanced again and reached the spirit-severing realm. It would definitely have a far-reaching impact on the power structure of the entire astral realm and cause earth-shaking changes. He will succeed. If you notice the aura of Tao laws emitted by Taoist Northming, you should understand that his foundation and accumulation have actually surpassed ours by countless times. If he can't break through to the spirit-severing realm with such accumulation, then in the entire astral realm, no one will be able to cross that realm barrier and advance to the spirit-severing realm. Zhao Qiankuan of the Great Tao Business Alliance said with a complicated tone. In fact, Zhao Qiankuan was the first among the Supreme Realm experts in the astral realm to comprehend a heaven-breaking Tao technique and had a chance of breaking through to the spirit-severing realm. Before Ziyue appeared, he was known as the #1 expert in the astral realm. In order to break through to the spirit-severing realm, he could be said to have put in a lot of effort and cultivated bitterly. Naturally, he was clear about the cultivation conditions needed to break through to the spirit-severing realm. The aura on Ziyue's body and the aura of Tao laws that he manifested all proved that the other party's foundation was deep. In his opinion, Ziyue had walked much further on the path of cultivation than him and the others. If the other party could not break through, then there was no need to think too much about it. There was no hope for them to break through to the spirit-severing realm. The spirit-severing stage is when a primordial spirit realm cultivator forms a blade with his will and severs himself, severing his own primordial spirit into two halves and his physical body into two. It's a process of differentiation. It also contains the birth and development of the universe and the endless transformations of Tao laws. It's a process where Tao gives birth to one, one becomes two, two becomes three, and three gives birth to all living things. Ziyue's mind was calm as the essence energy in his body circulated rapidly. The power of his primordial spirit transformed into a carving knife. This carving knife hung high above his head, and then ruthlessly chopped down. In the blink of an eye, it split into countless tiny blades. These invisible blades all slashed towards Ziyue, landing on his nascent spirit, his physical body, and even the tiniest particles of his flesh and nascent spirit, slicing them in half. Boom! Ziyue immediately felt his body and primordial spirit split in half. In an instant, two completely new yet interconnected consciousnesses appeared in his heart. Chi split. When Bai Ziyue's consciousness returned, he immediately felt a special feeling in his heart. He looked to the side and happened to see a figure who looked exactly like him. The figure had the same expression and aura as him. The figure was also looking at him with a smile. The original body and the doppelganger. This is the spirit-severing stage. The doppelganger will have at least 90% of the original body's strength. The doppelganger will also be able to use all the techniques that the original body has mastered. Moreover, the two of them are originally one, but there are differences. Therefore, even if the doppelganger dies, as long as it is not attacked by a curse of the rules of fate, it will not be able to threaten the original body. Ziyue had a slight understanding in his heart. However, at this point, he had not completed a complete breakthrough. Although his original body and doppelganger appeared in the void, this doppelganger did not obtain any great Tao. Therefore, it also had to go through a tribulation before it could be completely born. This tribulation was called the spirit-severing tribulation. It was a test of the great Tao's will in this world. Therefore, the moment the doppelganger appeared, layers of dark clouds immediately gathered in the void. It was vast and mighty, covering a radius of 3,000 kilometers. Under the pressure of the endless power, the mountains and rivers seemed to be pressed down by the pressure. Countless cultivators in the surroundings also showed a look of horror and quickly retreated into the distance. The power of the spirit-severing tribulation was definitely extremely terrifying. It had surpassed the level of the supreme realm and was a great threat to them. Once they came into contact with it, they would definitely die. Therefore, not to mention the ordinary primordial soul and golden core cultivators, even the supreme realm powerhouses had a solemn look on their faces and could not help but retreat. Spirit-severing tribulation? I'm not in the mood to wait for you to slowly prepare your attack. Ziyue raised his eyes slightly and looked at the endless dark clouds above the void. Then, a look of impatience appeared on his face, and he stretched out his hand. Chi. With a crisp sound, he stretched out his hand and pointed. A sword light immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed directly into the tribulation cloud. Rumble! The void trembled and the entire tribulation cloud seemed to be unable to withstand such a terrifying attack. After a slight pause, it suddenly exploded and quickly dispersed. Buzz! 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 Immediately after, everyone saw a ray of 7-colored auspicious cloud light shining directly from the dispersed tribulation cloud onto Bai Ziyue's body. Chi Bai Ziyue's original body and doppelganger were bathed in the light of the 7-colored auspicious clouds. Instantly they felt relaxed as if they had received some kind of special gift and recognition. They felt as if they could live as long as the heavens, transcend worldly affairs, and be carefree and free. He had broken through. At this moment, Ziyue had officially broken through and reached the spirit-severing stage. The tribulation cloud dispersed just like that? What's going on with his attack? Why didn't the spirit-severing tribulation descend? Could it be that the power of the sword has surpassed the power of the spirit-severing tribulation and dispersed the tribulation cloud? When have I ever seen such a scene, such an atmosphere? Since when have I ever seen it? When the surrounding cultivators saw this, they were all dumbfounded and could not believe it. Since the beginning of the Star Boundaries records, which spirit-severing tribulation, especially Ziyue's spirit-severing tribulation, did not tremble with fear and give it their all? Since ancient times there were only a few who could succeed. But who would have thought that someone could pass the spirit-severing tribulation so easily? Before the tribulation cloud could descend, one attack pierced through heaven and earth, dispersed the tribulation cloud, and then passed through. Chapter 868. I've finally broken through. I've broken through from the peak of the primordial soul realm to the spirit-severing realm. Whether it's strength or life level, they're all different from before. Especially in terms of life level and lifespan, the current me can be said to have completely broken through the 10,000-year limit. Even if I don't cultivate anymore, I can live for 10,000 years without illness or disaster. In terms of strength, although I haven't really tested it, it's definitely several times stronger than before. If I were to face that supreme heavenly demon again with my current strength, I'd probably be able to suppress him easily or even kill him directly. Ziyue silently felt the difference in him at this moment. He felt a wave of excitement in his heart. This kind of advancement in life level and absolute increase in strength made him addicted. As for the shock caused by the many cultivators around him because he had shattered the spirit-severing tribulation with one strike, he didn't care and wasn't surprised. In fact, his strength had already reached the peak of the world long before he began to break through, and he could fight against the peak of the spirit-severing realm. Although the power of this spirit-severing tribulation was strong, for any extreme realm expert, they might not be able to pass through it even if they tried their best and used all their trump cards. However, for Ziyue, this strength of the spirit-severing tribulation was no threat at all. When his Dao Luo realm reached a certain level, he could naturally cross over very smoothly. However, after reaching the spirit-severing tribulation, I immediately felt the rejection of this world towards me. 100 years, I can only stay in this astral realm for 100 years at most. Once 100 years is up, the will of the great Tao will automatically trigger the rules of heaven and earth, stripping me out of the astral realm and sending me into the endless starry sky. After Ziyue officially broke through to the spirit-severing realm, this information quickly appeared in his heart. He understood that this was the rules of heaven and earth of this world, and it wouldn't change because of anyone. He was already prepared for this. 100 years was already very sufficient for him. In fact, in his opinion, he didn't even need 100 years to embark on the path to the endless starry sky. He pursued a stronger Tao. Everything will wait until I completely deal with the threat of the extraterrestrial demon world. For now, it's better to completely stabilize my immortal technique realm and replenish the essence energy in my body that seems to be lacking because of the breakthrough. Ziyue's gaze was gloomy. He'd already decided that once his cultivation base was completely stabilized, he'd immediately get rid of the threat of the extraterrestrial devil world. If it was before, he wouldn't have been so confident. At the very least, it would be difficult to achieve his goal in a short period of time. Because the extraterrestrial demon world was too big, the will of the great Tao would definitely be stronger than he had imagined. Previously, he might have been able to threaten the other party with the help of the attribute panel, but it would definitely be difficult for him to completely wipe out the other party's will. After all, the self-will of the extraterrestrial demon world was definitely at the level of the Tao integration realm. Although his attack power had reached the level of the Tao integration realm with the help of the heaven-shocking staff strike, it was definitely not easy for him to become an enemy of the great Tao will of a world. But now, Ziyue could clearly feel the increase in his strength. Moreover, this kind of improvement did not stop when his cultivation level broke through. Instead, it was rapidly increasing along with the recovery of his origin energy. Seeing this, Ziyue was completely immersed in cultivation. He quickly circulated the Grand Yuan Spirit Scripture, and the endless spiritual qi of heaven and earth and the ancestral qi of the dragon court immediately surged into his body like a huge dragon swallowing water. This was the place that Ziyue had chosen for his breakthrough. It was above the ancient desolate region's dragon vein. Moreover, this dragon vein had just been repaired by him and was in a stage of rapid growth. The heaven and earth spirit qi was unbelievably abundant. Therefore, even with Ziyue's heaven and earth spirit qi inhalation and exhalation speed, this world was able to support him. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. A huge amount of heaven and earth spirit qi rapidly surged into Ziyue's body and doppelganger, causing the flesh particles and primordial spirit particles of his body and doppelganger to vibrate slightly as if they were excited and gave birth to endless changes. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, when Ziyue was breaking through, he had severed his primordial spirit and separated his primordial spirit, which had consumed too much of his energy. His flesh primordial spirit particles had also undergone a metamorphosis because of his breakthrough. The same flesh primordial spirit particle could absorb 10 times or even 100 times more heaven and earth spirit chi than before. Therefore, Ziyue spent an extremely long time stabilizing his cultivation level. After a full 3 days, Ziyue finally completely stabilized his cultivation level and slowly opened his eyes. It's only because my stats window is in the process of upgrading that I can't use my soul energy. Otherwise, why would it take me 3 days to completely stabilize my cultivation level? Ziyue sighed and finally stood up completely. As he stood up, a terrifying aura rose. The pressure covered the sky, causing the countless cultivators to look at him with reverence. Then, very quickly, Zhou Gutong, the leader of the Heavenly Spirit sect, Sun Batong, the leader of the 9-Star Dao Palace, Zhao Qianquan of the Great Dao Business Alliance, Jiang Wanli of the Limitless Demon Sect, Zhu Xuanzhen of the Heavenly Star Sect, and many other Supreme Realm cultivators quickly led a group of cultivators to welcome him. Congratulations, Dark North Sect Leader, for advancing to the Spirit Severing stage and becoming a mighty immortal. Congratulations, Dark North Sect Leader. Dark North Sect Leader's cultivation speed is really too shocking. Greetings, Dark North Sect Leader, they exclaimed in admiration and congratulated him. Their eyes were filled with fervor and shock. Many of these cultivators had seen Ziyue go through the primordial spirit lightning tribulation with their own eyes half a year ago. They clearly knew that he had just stepped into the primordial spirit realm half a year ago. Now that they met again, he had already passed the spirit severing stage and become a mighty immortal. Even though it had been 3 days since he had completely advanced to the spirit severing stage, they still could not hide their shock and awe. You're all too kind. Ziyue nodded slightly and replied with a smile. Big brother, I finally see you again. Just at this moment, a clear and beautiful voice sounded. Immediately after, a bright and beautiful girl approached with an excited and nervous expression. Beside her, Fan Qingyu, who was born with a Dao physique and whose every move contained endless beauty, also came forward and said, I thought that my progress during this period of time was fast enough, but I didn't expect that I'm still far inferior to you. Qingyu, Zhao Yuer, you're here. Ziyue replied with a smile and patted Zhao Yuer's head, saying, You've grown a lot taller. I'm not young anymore. Zhao Yuer snorted and said. Ziyue couldn't help but laugh. Yes, the young lady was now slender and elegant. Even her cultivation was very good, reaching the peak of the God realm. At her age, she could definitely be called a peerless genius to be able to reach such an immortal realm. After all, the two of them had feelings for each other. After not seeing each other for several years, the scene of them roaming the world together and living together was still vivid in their minds. Naturally, their relationship was close and they chatted for a while before ending the conversation. During this time, many experts could only wait awkwardly at the side. With Ziyue's strength, they didn't dare to have the slightest complaint. However, Fan Qingyu and Zhao Yuer's appearance and identity were completely remembered. With Ziyue around, no one dared to provoke these two fairies. Dark North Sect Master. I am Sun Batong, the Palace Master of the 9 Stars Dao Palace. I have been in seclusion for the past 100 years and only came out a few months ago. I heard that there were some grievances between the 9 Stars Dao Palace and the Dark North Sect Master. Now I have thoroughly investigated. In fact, the root of all this was the selfishness of Dao Lord Qian Yuan of the 9 Stars Dao Palace. Everything that happened after that was done by the family behind Dao Lord Qian Yuan, the Qian family. I have now given the order to imprison the Qian family, including Patriarch Qian Tong, who holds the position of imparting elder. They are now being brought to the Dark North Sect where you are. When the time comes, the entire Qian family will be at your disposal. I only hope that the 9 Stars Dao Palace can obtain your forgiveness. With that, Sun Batong cupped his fists and bowed deeply with the etiquette of the pugilistic world. Saying that he was in seclusion was naturally an excuse. After all, the death of a primordial spirit realm expert was bound to alarm him. In the past, he naturally wouldn't have cared. Even if Ziyue was a Lammeter expert, he had never thought of repairing their relationship. This was because he was one of the top experts in the world. But now, Ziyue had broken through to the spirit-severing realm and his strength was no longer the same. He immediately panicked. He hurriedly began to prepare for the aftermath, hoping to repair his relationship with Ziyue. He didn't want to be on good terms with him, but at the very least, he couldn't let him bear a grudge against the 9 Stars Dao Palace. After all, the threat of a spirit-severing realm expert was not something that any faction could withstand. Even if the 9 Stars Dao Palace had a deep foundation, he had seen Ziyue's strength and did not doubt that he had the ability and means to destroy the 9 Stars Dao Palace. Ziyue raised his eyebrows. Previously, there had indeed been some grudges between him and the 9 Stars Dao Palace, but because his strength had grown too quickly, he had not suffered any losses. On the contrary, the 9 Stars Dao Palace had suffered heavy losses. Because of this, although he remembered this matter, he did not pay too much attention to it. If Sun Batong had not mentioned it, he really would not have deliberately pursued it. After all, the difference in strength meant that the way one looked at the problem was different. There's no need to imprison them in the Dark North sect. Now that the conflict between the Star Realm and the extraterritorial demon world is fierce, why don't we put them on the battlefield? If they can kill 10 times as many experts of the same level as them, it will be meritorious to the Star Realm and I will naturally not pursue the matter. Immediately after, Ziyue's indifferent words decided the fate of the Qian family. Although they would not fall into a desperate situation, it would not be easy to do what Ziyue said. After all, extraterritorial demon world experts were actually slightly stronger than Star Realm cultivators of the same level. But no one dared to plead for mercy. Sun Batong did not have the slightest doubt towards Ziyue's decision. While he breathed a sigh of relief, he hurriedly responded respectfully and agreed. Chapter 869. Dark North Sect Master, you are now the only expert in the astral realm who has broken through to the spirit-severing stage. I wonder if you can explain the wonders of the spirit-severing stage to us? It would also be a guide for us who are bitterly searching for a breakthrough and hope to be able to transcend this world like you. Immediately after, the celestial spirit sect leader, Zhou Gutong, who was the most familiar with Bai Ziyue among all the Supreme Realm powerhouses, walked up to Bai Ziyue under the expectant gazes of the others. Yes, we have been trapped in the extreme state for hundreds of years, but we have no confidence in passing this spirit-severing tribulation. We don't expect to be able to disperse the spirit-severing tribulation with one strike like Senior Dark North, but we also want to have a higher chance of passing the tribulation in the future. We know that this is a little difficult, but it concerns the great Tao and life and death. We can only be thick-skinned and ask Senior. When the other extreme state experts saw that Zhou Gutong had spoken first, they immediately mustered up their courage and spoke one after another. Looking at the expectant gazes of the few of them and the surrounding cultivators, Ziyue pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "Forget it, since you have invited me so graciously, I will explain it to you." In fact, in the astral realm, there was a tradition that once an extreme state expert broke through to the spirit-severing stage, he would start a Tao lecture. Now that he was the strongest person in the entire astral realm, he naturally had to repeat this tradition. Therefore, Ziyue set this Tao lecture to be held 7 days later. And the location was chosen to be the Dragon Vein. In fact, when the Dragon Vein was revived and rebuilt, Ziyue had already sent a message and ordered the Dark North sect to move to the Dragon Vein. No one objected to Ziyue's suggestion. It was not only because he was the strongest person in the astral realm and a spirit-severing stage cultivator. It was also because this dragon vein was revived because he had planted it in the core of the dragon vein. Moreover, Ziyue was a cultivator from the ancient desolate region. It was very normal for him to settle down and establish a sect here. In the following period of time, Ziyue invited Immortal Songhai to help him set up the protective mountain array. Immortal Songhai was a grade 6 array Dao Grandmaster. His array Dao strength was one of the best even in the outer realm. In addition, Ziyue himself had the strength of the superior 5th grade array principal. He was not far from the 6th grade array master. The resources and materials he had were innumerable because of his trip to the extraterritorial devil realm. Therefore, in just 3 days, a shocking formation that enveloped the entire dragon vein was set up. While setting up the formation, Ziyue's formation Dao had also achieved a breakthrough under the guidance of Immortal Songhai. He had officially stepped into the ranks of the 6th grade formation Dao Grand Master. It could be said to be a double blessing. At the same time, with the help of countless North Nether sect disciples and cultivators from various sects, a magnificent and beautiful sect that looked like a supreme celestial abode was built. At the same time, many independent cultivators and cultivators from small sects applied to join the sect. Ziyue was very cautious about this. He carefully selected the cultivators who wanted to join the sect. The first thing he tested was not talent but character, and tenacity. For this reason, he specially set up a superior 5th grade array to test the cultivators who wanted to join the sect. The test was so strict that it could be said to be 1 in 10,000. Even so, hundreds of people were able to join the sect in a short period of time. Moreover, as time passed, more cultivators would definitely join the sect. After all, a sect with a spirit-severing stage powerhouse overseeing it. Even if he could only stay in the North Nether sect for 100 years, the depth of his foundation was definitely not something that any other sect could compare to. Especially when the Star Realm was facing a great calamity, Ziyue's role was especially important. Just like that, the bustling scene lasted for 7 days. Countless cultivators who had heard the news of the Tao preaching rushed over. In a short period of time, at least hundreds of thousands of cultivators had gathered in this area. Moreover, the weakest of these cultivators was at the aperture opening stage. There were also many God Realm and Golden Core stage cultivators. As for the primordial soul stage cultivators, almost all of them had come, except for a few who were in closed-door cultivation and did not receive the news or had important matters to attend to. It was also worth mentioning that among them, Ziyue also saw the Dream Immortal King, Li Mengxian, whom he had met once in the Gusha mountain range. Now, her strength had also made a breakthrough and reached the primordial soul stage. When the two of them met, they smiled slightly. All the grudges between them had disappeared. In their relationship, because of their early experience, they had become closer. 7 days later, in the Tao Preaching Hall of the North Nether sect, Ziyue released the restrictions of the array. Countless cultivators gathered and densely occupied a large area. The stronger one was, the closer they were to Ziyue. Almost all the top 10 Supreme Realm cultivators of the entire astral realm had arrived. In addition to the top 10 Supreme Realm cultivators, there were also 700 Golden Core stage cultivators, 9,000 Golden Core stage cultivators, and hundreds of thousands of God Realm cultivators. It was also worth mentioning that among the many sects in the ancient barren region, Ziyue had also sent people to invite a large number of cultivators. By Ziyue's heart, he naturally took extra care of the ancient desolate region. Even though their strength was relatively low, under Ziyue's deliberate arrangement, most of their seats were quite close to the front. Thus, the Tao preaching officially began. However, the first person to speak was not Ziyue. Instead, it was Immortal Songhai, a perfected immortal who was at the advanced stage of the spirit-severing stage. With such a top expert here, he would naturally invite him. In order to remove the seal of the astral realm as soon as possible, Immortal Songhai was naturally willing to do such a thing that would benefit the entire astral realm. Of course, many cultivators in the astral realm were also very welcoming of Immortal Songhai's Tao preaching. After all, Immortal Songhai's cultivation level was far above Ziyue's. In their hearts, they were more welcoming and looking forward to Immortal Songhai's Tao preaching. Both sides were happy. In addition to his main Tao, Immortal Songhai also explained some very profound information about the array Tao. He started from the basics to the basics and demonstrated step by step. From time to time, he would directly make gestures, forming Tao marks between heaven and earth. His every movement was filled with Tao aura. Under the explanation of the Tao voice, many cultivators were intoxicated by it, and all of them gained a lot. Some cultivators were already on the verge of a breakthrough. During the Tao preaching process, they involuntarily broke through and entered the next realm. In this way, after 3 days, more than 700 people directly broke through and entered the next realm. More than 3,000 people had gained a lot and were confident that they could break through in a short period of time and improve their strength greatly. 3 days later, Ziyue stood on the platform of the Tao preaching court and looked at the many cultivators in the distance. He said, "Immortal Songhai is indeed a top spirit-severing stage cultivator. I think everyone has gained a lot from Immortal Songhai's Tao preaching. Next, I will be the one to preach. I hope that many of you will also gain something." He was very humble. In the search for the great Tao, his cultivation time was extremely short. In terms of cultivation time, most of the cultivators present had cultivated for much longer than him. However, as soon as Ziyue spoke, a deep Tao voice was clearly transmitted to the ears of many cultivators. Whether it was the top true cultivators sitting at the front or the weaker cultivators who could only sit dozens of kilometers away, they could all hear it clearly. Moreover, Ziyue's Tao voice seemed to be the most suitable for this world. As the words were uttered, they formed a series of rare phenomena above his head. Those characters were the mysterious characters of the great Tao. Just this move alone caused all the cultivators to be greatly shocked. Even Immortal Songhai's expression changed. He had no choice but to admit that his understanding of the Grand Tao and the laws of heaven and earth was inferior to his opponent's. Then, all the cultivators quickly threw away the distracting thoughts in their hearts and immersed themselves in listening to the Tao. Ziyue's understanding of the various realms of immortal technique cultivation was too deep. Although every step he took was with the help of the attribute panel, it was extremely stable. Moreover, what he cultivated was the most perfect cultivation method of the same realm in this world and the endless universe. It had reached an extreme. His thoughts and the true arts he cultivated encompassed all the difficulties that any cultivator would face. Therefore, when he started from the shallow to the deep, from the Qi refinement realm, the aperture awakening realm, the God realm, the golden core realm, the primordial spirit realm, and the spirit-severing realm, when he began to explain the realms one by one, all the cultivators felt a sense of enlightenment. They compared Ziyue's cultivation method and found their own shortcomings. Under the guidance of the endless Tao voice in their ears, they could not help but optimize their own cultivation method. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the sound of cultivators breaking through to the next realm spread. Then, as Ziyue's explanation deepened, the speed of their breakthroughs increased too. Among them, some cultivators with outstanding talents and a strong foundation actually had a series of breakthroughs in their realms, raising their strength by 2 or 3 levels. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 7 days, more than 700 cultivators broke through to the reason realm on the first day, 1,900 on the second day, 5,800 on the third day, 13,000 on the fourth day. In the 7 days, more than 100,000 cultivators had a breakthrough in their immortal technique. Even though many of the cultivators were on the verge of a breakthrough and had a strong foundation, the effect of Zhu's Tao lecture was very real. Anyone who saw it would be astounded. 7 days later, the lecture came to an end. Countless cultivators were immersed in it, unwilling to leave. Then, in just 10 days, there were even more cultivators who achieved breakthroughs in their strength. At the very least, their strength had soared by 1 level. Chapter 870. Sure enough, although I'm slightly better than you in terms of the realm of immortal techniques, I'm far inferior to you in terms of understanding and mastery of the supreme Tao laws. In the meeting hall of the North Nether Hall of the North Nether sect, Immortal Songhai lamented as he looked at Zhu. This time, he had clearly sensed the gap between the two of them during the sermon. Not only in terms of the effect of the sermon, but even in terms of the comprehension of the great Tao, he could clearly feel the gap between them. Senior, you're being too polite. I'm just occupying this world, so it's convenient for me to understand the cultivation methods of this world better. Moreover, the great Tao that you're talking about is more focused on the Tao of array formations. I think that after this, the number and strength of array formation masters in our astral realm will definitely increase greatly. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you for passing down the torch for our astral realm. Zhu waved his hand and said modestly, Immortal technique cultivators are originally based on cultivation. Although the Tao of array formations is extremely profound, it's not indispensable. Immortal Songhai shook his head and said no more. At this time, he really admired Zhu very much. As he lamented in his heart, he also believed that the other party's future achievements would not be limited to the spirit-severing stage. It was very likely that the other party would reach the Tao integration stage or even higher. Therefore, before his attitude was humble, he also revealed a hint of the intention to befriend Zhu. Seniors, there's no need to be humble with each other. No matter what, the two of you have pointed out the direction for our cultivation. Even the heaven-breaking Tao techniques that have been bothering us for a long time can be created in no time. Not only has our strength improved greatly, but it has also increased our chances of breaking through to the spirit-severing stage by more than 20%. We're already very grateful. At this moment, the sect master of the Heavenly Spirit sect, Zhou Gutong, said emotionally. That's right, and it has also brought forward the timing of our breakthrough by a lot. Now, I'm confident that I can break through to the spirit-severing stage within 10 years. Although I can't guarantee that I'll succeed, I already have a certain degree of confidence. Zhao Qiankuan, the alliance leader of the Great Tao Business Alliance, said excitedly. When the others heard this, they were immediately moved. Zhao Qiankuan's foundation was very deep. Before Bai Zhu's breakthrough, he was the most promising existence to step into the spirit-severing stage. Now, although he said that he was not confident, since he dared to speak, and from his expression, it was hard to hide his confidence. How could they not know that he was at least 70% confident that he could successfully step into the spirit-severing stage? 70% was already an extremely high probability. Let alone 70%, 50%, 30%, or even 20% or 10%, some of them would not be able to resist the urge to take a gamble. Among those present, only Sun Batong, the palace master of the 9-star Tao Palace, remained calm and unperturbed. Of the spirit of the Tao, and it might even of Zhao. In fact, in terms of cultivation talent, he was far superior to Zhao Qiankuan. Zhao Qiankuan might be stronger, but he had cultivated for a longer time, more than 7,000 years. Sun Batong, on the other hand, had made his name 1,000 years ago and had only cultivated for 1,900 years. Now, he was already one of the top 10 leaders. It was clear to see his strength and talent. The group of cultivators was in a good mood because of the great gains from the Tao of the Tao. At this moment, the only limitless demon sect master, Jiang Wanli, who was the only limitless demon realm expert present, suddenly received an urgent message. Then, his face immediately turned ugly. At the same time, Zhou Gutong, the sect master of the Heavenly Spirit sect, Sun Badong, Zhao Qinkuan of the Great Tao Business Alliance, and Zhu Xuanzhen, the sect master of the Heavenly Star sect, quickly took out their message spirit talismans. Then, their expressions immediately became serious. Sect Master Biming, a life and death crisis of our entire star realm has arrived. I've just received news that the 5 known connections to the extraterrestrial demon realm have more than doubled in size at the same time. Especially in the heavenly demon realm, the space connection point guarded by the true demon sect. The true demon sect betrayed the star realm and destroyed it crazily. That space passage has expanded by more than 4 times. Now, extraterrestrial demons at the mid-stage of the primordial soul realm can freely enter and exit. As time passes, the extraterrestrial demons that can enter and exit will become stronger. I reckon that it won't be long before extraterrestrial demons at the spirit-severing stage step into our star realm. When that time comes, it will definitely be a catastrophe. We must hurry to the various space connection points as soon as possible and suppress the invading extraterrestrial demons as much as possible. The group of cultivators all had anxious and grave expressions on their faces. This time, they had gained a lot from the Tao of the Tao, but the threat of the extraterrestrial demons was real and close at hand. If they could not resolve this crisis, then no matter how much their strength increased, it would be difficult for them to survive the coming catastrophe. Therefore, everyone's joy from before was swept away, and a sense of impending crisis emerged in their hearts. It seems that fellow Taoist Bai's trip to the extraterrestrial demon realm has frightened the great Tao will and the sovereign demons. However, they have been scheming for the star realm for 10,000 years and are unwilling to give up just like that. Therefore, they will do everything they can to enter an all-out war. The purpose is to form the reality of occupying the star realm in a short period of time, so that the great Tao will of the extraterrestrial demon realm can devour the great Tao will of the star realm. In this way, the power of the great Tao will of the extraterrestrial demon realm will increase greatly and naturally be able to suppress everything. Immortal Songhai had seen a lot of time and had a deep understanding of the sovereign demons. He understood almost instantly and could not help but sigh. Senior Biming has been to the extraterrestrial demon realm before? When the surrounding cultivators heard this, they were all shocked. More than that, fellow Taoist Bai can be said to have gone on a killing spree in the extraterrestrial demon realm. Just the spirit-severing stage extraterrestrial demons that were killed were not inferior to the 5-finger technique. They killed until the extraterrestrial demon world was covered in corpses, and countless demons were terrified. They even made the number 1 expert of the extraterrestrial demon world, the sovereign heavenly demon, fear, and the will of the great Tao of the extraterrestrial demon world. Immortal Songhai laughed loudly and said with admiration. Previously, he was actually not convinced by Ziue's encounter in the extraterrestrial demon realm. However, after experiencing all kinds of things and the strength and means that Ziue had displayed, he had been completely awed. Naturally, he also admired him very much. Could Senior Biming be the outer demon of the star realm that group of extraterrestrial demons were talking about? Suddenly, Zhao Qinkuan seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "That's right. Previously, there was news that the extraterritorial devil world was going through a huge calamity. Experts from the extraterritorial devil world had descended and caused rivers of blood to flow. Countless experts had fallen. Could it really be Senior's doing?" Zhou Gutong, the sect master of the Heavenly Spirit sect, was also shocked. The others, except for Fan Qingyu and Zhao Yuer, were all leaders of their own forces. Naturally, they had collected this information. Now that they thought about it, they were shocked and felt that it was a little unbelievable. After all, as far as they knew, Bai Ziyue hadn't broken through to the spirit-severing stage when the legendary outer astral devil killed his way into the extraterritorial devil world. In that case, could it be that he had the strength to kill a spirit-severing stage powerhouse before? Moreover, to be called an outer demon by so many extraterrestrial demons in the extraterrestrial demon realm who had extremely powerful strength and foundation, one could imagine his strength. It was estimated that he was extremely strong in the spirit-severing stage. Now the other party had truly stepped into the spirit-severing stage. Then, how much would his strength change? If there is no second person who steps into the extraterrestrial demon realm, then the outer demon of the star realm should be called me. Ziyue smiled faintly and then said with a serious face, "Well, the situation is urgent now. Let's set off immediately. This time, let's completely resolve this crisis. It's time to treat it seriously. When two realms are fighting, especially when the great Tao will of one side has already awakened its consciousness, once the great Tao will of your star realm is devoured, then as cultivators of this world, you will definitely suffer great Tao injuries, and your minds and wills will be affected. If you don't have a supreme fortuitous encounter to repair the great Tao injuries, then you will have no hope of breaking through to the spirit-severing stage for the rest of your life. Fortunately, fellow Taoist Bai has already broken through to the spirit-severing stage and can break through the barrier of this world to leave at any time. He won't be affected by such shackles and effects." Immortal Tsang Hai on the side added. The others' hearts trembled, and then they looked at Ziyue nervously. They were afraid that after hearing that they were not affected, he would abandon the matter of the star realm. "Don't worry. As a member of the star realm, I naturally have a duty to help when this calamity descends." As Ziyue spoke, he looked at Fan Qingyu and Zhao Yuer. He might not be affected, but the people around him had not broken through to the spirit-severing stage yet. Naturally, he would not allow such a thing to happen. Moreover, the current him had broken through, and his strength had also increased greatly. He was no longer the same as before. Previously, he had the strength to sweep through the experts of the heavenly demon world, let alone the current him. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief and immediately began to move. They ordered their subordinates to quickly rush to the various spatial connections. As for himself, he rushed straight to the heavenly demon world, where the true devil sect was guarding the battlefield. "You guys are too slow. Let me bring you guys along." Ziyue took advantage of the situation and flew through the sky in the blink of an eye. Then, he saw Zhou Gutong, Sun Batong, Zhao Qiankuan, and the others moving forward slowly. In fact, with their strength, their speed was not the slightest bit dissatisfied. It was just that they were afraid of comparison. Compared to Ziyue, they were naturally much slower. As soon as he finished speaking, an incomparably huge domain enveloped the world, quickly enveloping the group of cultivators. Then, Ziyue used 1,000 miles in an instant. Chi. The void collapsed, and the figures of Ziyue and the other cultivators had already completely disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already 3,000 miles away. Chapter 871. After making a breakthrough in his cultivation level, the power of Bai Ziyue's Tao technique would naturally increase tremendously. Previously, Bai Ziyue was able to fly 3,000 miles in an instant when he used 1,000 miles in an instant. Although his speed did not increase by much, he was currently using the power of his domain to carry a group of cultivators along with him. The pressure he was under was naturally extraordinary, and being able to travel 3,000 miles in an instant was already extremely shocking. One had to know that even a half-step Dao integration realm expert could only travel 5,000 miles in an instant. Immortal Songhai, who was at the late stage of the spirit severing stage, could only travel 2,500 miles in an instant. So fast. At this speed, it won't be long before we can cross over and enter the heavenly demon realm. Zhou Gutong sighed. Indeed, I believe that my speed is considered extremely fast, but I can only reach 800 miles in an instant, and I can't hold on for long. At most, 3 seconds will pass, and my elemental energy will be exhausted. But now, Senior Darknorth has already been here for 7 seconds, and he still hasn't stopped. Sun Batong was also shocked. His speed was publicly acknowledged as extremely fast among the extreme realm experts, but he was still far inferior to Ziyue. Compared to him, the others were even slower. How long has it been since we arrived at the Sky Devil region? The group of cultivators exclaimed. Ziyue's expression remained calm. Originally, the density of his elemental energy was already countless times higher than that of cultivators of the same realm. After breaking through to the spirit-severing stage, not only had his elemental energy undergone a qualitative change, its density had also soared. At this speed, he could at least maintain it for more than an hour. Moreover, with his elemental energy recovery speed, as long as he had enough energy, he would be able to recover his elemental energy very quickly. We're here. Right at this moment, Ziyue whispered and then stopped. Then, he saw that in front of him, there was a huge spatial barrier, and a group of tall and large otherworldly demons were continuously rushing out. Around the entrance, a shocking array quietly stood, and many otherworldly demon experts were gathered. Vaguely, many true Devil Sect disciples could be seen entering and exiting. The 9 Netherworlds Nether Passage Grand Formation is a famous defensive formation in the extraterritorial Devil world. Even if there's only a nascent soul cultivator guarding it, it can still block an attack from a spirit-severing cultivator. If there's a spirit-severing cultivator guarding it, even if we attack together, we probably won't be able to break through in a short period of time. Jiang Wanli, the sect master of the Limitless Demon Sect, was the person who had the deepest contact with the extraterritorial devil realm. His expression changed as he spoke. We have Senior Darknorth on our side. How could we not be able to break through this grand formation? Zhou Gutong, the sect master of Heavenly Spirit Sect, could not help but ask. Normally speaking, given Senior Darknorth's abilities, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break through this formation. However, although this great array fell in our star boundary, if my estimation is correct, there is another great array connected to the extraterritorial demon realm on the other side of the space channel. Therefore, even though there was only one great formation here, it was actually equivalent to 2 great formations stacked together. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, there should also be a spirit-severing stage extraterritorial devil guarding this 9 Nether Abyss Great Formation. Jiang Wanli's tone was solemn as he spoke in a deep voice. In the ancient war, there were indeed spirit-severing stage extraterritorial devils who stayed in our star boundary. The poison calamity devil that was killed by Senior Darknorth was said to be in existence that stayed behind when a true immortal descended. I also heard that there were spirit-severing stage extraterritorial devils who escaped from the true Dragon Palace. Sun Batong could not help but speak up. Then it's difficult. If we can't break through this great formation as soon as possible, the space channel will definitely continue to expand, allowing an endless stream of extraterritorial devils to descend. If the space channel expands to the point where spirit-severing stage extraterritorial devils can descend, we'll be finished. Zhao Qianquan's expression was extremely solemn. He was also somewhat worried. Their group was the strongest group of existences in the star boundary. If even they could not do anything, then the entire star boundary cultivators, great Tao will, and countless living beings would really be in danger. No matter what, we have to give it a try. I want to see if the defense of this great formation is really difficult to break through. Zhou Gutong did not believe it when he heard this. Without any hesitation, he immediately attacked. An ancient longsword quickly cut through the sky like a flash of light and ruthlessly stabbed forward. Heavenly Spirit, Divine Sword Art. Rumble! The longsword flew into the air and directly stabbed into the great formation. However, it only caused the great formation to tremble slightly. Then, its strength was insufficient and it returned without any success. It came so quickly. However, it was ultimately futile. At this moment, a deep voice was heard. Immediately after, everyone saw a tall and burly figure soaring into the sky from within the great formation. A human cultivator flew out with him. It was the early stage spirit severing stage extraterritorial devil that Ziyue had encountered in the Dragon Palace. From the looks of it, his injuries had already recovered, and his strength was at its peak. However, the human cultivator beside him caused all the cultivators' faces to darken, revealing expressions of anger and hatred. This human cultivator was the sect master of the true devil sect, Demon Venerable Wu Tong. There is indeed a spirit-severing stage extraterritorial devil overseeing this place. Demon Venerable Wu Tong, you actually dare to show your face? Seeing this, Zhou Gutong and the others' hearts sank and they asked loudly. A wise man submits to circumstances. The extraterritorial devil world devouring the star realm is a foregone conclusion. It would be better to join the extraterritorial devil experts first and exchange for greater benefits in the future. In the star realm, you can be considered an expert. If you are willing, I don't mind introducing you. Demon Venerable Wu Tong chuckled and said with a smug expression. Shameless. Zhou Gutong could not help but be furious. The others all revealed looks of resentment. It doesn't matter, they won't be proud for long. Ziyue waved his hand and looked at the great formation in the distance. The grade of this great formation was indeed not low, but at most, it was only at the high rank of the 5th grade. Even if it was connected to the great formation on the other side of the spatial tunnel, it was at most at the early stage of the 6th grade. The current Ziyue's formation skills had already reached the early stage of the 6th grade. It was not difficult to break this great formation. Not to mention, with his strength, it was not difficult to break this great formation even if he wanted to break it with force. It's you? At this moment, the extraterritorial devil seemed to recognize Ziyue, and his face revealed a look of excitement and anger. Back then in the Dragon Palace, he was defeated by a Golden Core Realm cultivator. It was a great shame and he could not forget it. If it were not for the important matters in the demon realm, he would have been unable to hold back and looked for Ziyue all over the world and hunted him to death. Now that he had met his enemy, his eyes blazed with hatred. He was instantly enraged. It's me. But so what? Ziyue smiled slightly. Back then, the gap between the two of them was too big. In the end, he did not manage to kill the other party. Now, he finally had the opportunity. After saying that, Ziyue did not say much nonsense. As a spirit-severing realm cultivator, he could already clearly feel that the origin of the great path of the astral realm was losing. Obviously, as the spatial passage expanded, the will of the great path of the extraterritorial devil realm's origin of the astral realm became more and more obvious. Therefore, he directly made a move. A flying sword immediately rushed out like a stream of light. The flying sword seemed to have penetrated the restrictions of space and time. The moment it rushed out, it had already disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already outside the great formation. Then, like a stone falling into water, with a poof, the great formation instantly shattered. Immediately after, Ziyue's flying sword did not decrease in strength and directly rushed in front of the extraterritorial devil. In an instant, it pierced through his entire head. The terrifying power of extermination instantly annihilated his body. Moreover, in this sword, Ziyue even used the special power of the Tao Law in the heaven-shocking staff strike. Instantly, the power of extermination followed the power of the Tao Law and directly descended on the clone of the spirit-severing realm extraterritorial devil, destroying his clone as well. The scene instantly fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Regardless of whether it was Zhao Qinkuan, Zhou Gutong, Sun Badong, and the other human cultivators, or the sect master of the true devil sect, Demon Venerable Wu Tong, many of the extraterritorial devils who had crossed over from the extraterritorial devil realm all revealed looks of disbelief. The Nine Nether Abyss Passage Great Formation, which had the origin of the extraterritorial devil realm as the foundation of the formation and a devil master at the spirit-severing realm overseeing it, was broken by a single sword strike just like that? Most importantly, their leader, the spirit-severing stage extraterrestrial devil, didn't even have a chance to react before he was also killed. This was too shocking for them. Then, an extraterritorial devil seemed to have thought of something and cried out involuntarily, "Outer devil, are you an outer devil of the astral realm?" No, how is that possible? Did this outer devil say that he was killed by the will of the Great Path and the Supreme Devil? No, I want to go home. The remaining extraterritorial devils, regardless of their strength, all revealed expressions of fear and despair. The injuries that the outer devil of the astral realm had brought them were too great. With his own strength, he had killed all the experts of the extraterritorial devil realm, causing them to tremble in fear. If they hadn't heard that the outer devil of the astral realm had been killed, they wouldn't have dared to take even half a step into the astral realm. In the end, they once again saw Ziyue, the god of slaughter. Thinking about how even the supreme heavenly demon couldn't do anything to him, how could they? Thus, some of the quick-witted ones immediately reacted and quickly fled to the other side of the spatial tunnel. Kill! Ziyue's expression did not change, and only muttered a sentence. Then, a palm print descended from afar. Rumble! The huge palm print almost covered the entire heaven and earth, and also enveloped the countless extraterritorial devils within the formation. "No! Spare me! Help! I want to go home!" Countless cries for help resounded throughout the world. Among them, there was no lack of existences who charged forward, wanting to save themselves and attack Ziyue. However, regardless of what kind of attack or Dharma treasure, when it landed on Ziyue's palm print, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It instantly collapsed and was unable to move at all. Ziyue's palm print pressed down, sealing the sky and the earth. Chapter 872. Rumble. The palm print fiercely pressed down, and in that instant, countless sky demons and true devil sect rankers, regardless of whether they were demon king rankers with heaven-shaking strength, or peak primordial soul stage rankers who could break through the spatial barrier and enter the starry sky, were crushed into smithereens the moment by Ziyue's palm print landed, as if they could not resist at all. On the ground, there was only an incomparably huge palm print that was clearly imprinted on the ground. This palm print was pressed to the extreme, and even the palm lines could be clearly seen. Around the palm print, there was an incomparably thick and clear manifestation of the Tao Law. Just by looking at this palm print, an astonishing pressure of the great Tao spread out, causing people to tremble in fear and not dare to approach. With one sword and one palm, this group of spirit-severing stage experts, the defensive formation, and the large number of extraterrestrial demons that we thought were unstoppable were completely destroyed. So strong. Originally, I thought that Senior Dark North had only just entered the spirit-severing stage. Even if his battle prowess was shocking, he would still have to put in a lot of effort to face this shocking formation guarded by a veteran spirit-severing stage extraterrestrial demon. Who would have thought that it would be so simple? With just one sword strike, Not only did it blast open the formation, it also killed the spirit-severing stage extraterrestrial demon as easily as crushing dry weed. The power of the following palm strike was equally terrifying. I reckon that even an expert in the middle and late stages of the spirit-severing stage would find it difficult to unleash such an earth-shattering palm strike. With Senior Dark North here, perhaps the crisis of our star realm can really be overcome smoothly. Moreover, the progress of the matter might be much easier than we imagined. The group of cultivators exclaimed in shock. Then, they did not hesitate and attacked one after another. Ziyue's attack had annihilated most of the extraterrestrial demons and true devil sect experts, but there was also a group of cultivators who had barely escaped and needed their help. Moreover, before they arrived, there was no lack of powerful extraterrestrial demons that rushed to various parts of the star realm. These extraterritorial demons had different strength. Some were strong while some were weak. However, even the weakest extraterritorial demon was able to set foot in the astral world. Moreover, there were many demon generals who were comparable to the Gold Core realm and demon kings who were comparable to the primordial soul realm. Once they wantonly wreaked havoc, apart from a few top sects and immortal forces in the star boundary, it would be difficult for any forces to resist. It should be known that when Ziyue first set foot in the cloud-piercing mountain range, there was not even a single primordial spirit realm expert. And in the star boundary, no matter how prosperous it was, there would still be some relatively barren lands. The number of experts was very few compared to the extraterritorial devil world. What happens next after Ziyue had destroyed the formation with a single stroke of his sword and killed countless heavenly demons with a single palm strike? His gaze fell upon the huge space tunnel in the void. The entire space tunnel was many times larger than the one in the ancient barren region. Not only were the spatial fluctuations obvious, but it was also much more stable. It was enough to allow mid and late primordial soul realm cultivators to enter and exit freely. Originally, Ziyue had thought that after his strength had increased to the spirit-severing stage, he would not be able to use the space tunnel to enter the extraterritorial devil world in a short period of time. After all, the space tunnel that could allow Golden Core realm cultivators to enter and exit freely would not be able to withstand the terrifying aura of a spirit-severing stage expert. Even if he had the spiritual treasure space ruler to stabilize it, it would still be difficult for him to do so. However, at this moment, the space tunnel had greatly expanded in a short period of time and allowed mid and late primordial soul realm cultivators to enter and exit freely. Naturally, the stability of the space tunnel had also increased greatly. If he used the space ruler, Ziyue might be able to use the space tunnel to enter the extraterritorial devil world again. In his heart, Ziyue had indeed thought that as long as he entered the extraterritorial devil world and killed many of the extraterritorial devils, he would be able to erase the self-consciousness of the will of the great path of the extraterritorial devil world. Naturally, the crisis of the astral world would be completely resolved. In fact, the will of the great path of the astral world might even be able to devour the extraterritorial devil world to strengthen the origin of the astral world and achieve the goal of the world's advancement. Ziyue thought in his heart and quickly made a decision. This time, let me completely resolve the crisis of the astral world. With that, Ziyue did not hesitate and instantly rushed into the space tunnel. As he stepped in, the originally stable space of the spatial sky island immediately fluctuated violently. It was as if it would collapse at any time. Ziyue's expression did not change. He held the space ruler and pointed slightly. Buzz! A special spatial spiritual light directly surged into the space tunnel. Under the effect of this special spatial power, the originally bright yellow space tunnel immediately became stable, and the strength of the energy it could withstand increased by more than 10 times. Although it could not be compared to a real stable space, It was able to withstand Ziyue's entry and exit. Therefore, Ziyue's figure flashed and quickly rushed in. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Ziyue's strength was too strong. Although he was only at the early stage of the spirit-severing stage, the density of his origin power was unbelievably strong. Although Ziyue had deliberately restrained his origin power, it still caused cracks to appear on the space tunnel, as if it was about to collapse. Fortunately, Ziyue's control of his own origin power was amazing, and the space ruler was extremely effective in stabilizing the space. Ziyue's journey was smooth. After 3 breaths, he immediately saw the light on the other side. Then he took a step forward. Boom! In the blink of an eye, an incomparably ferocious attack immediately swept towards him like a violent storm. Obviously, the movement caused by Ziyue's step from the other side of the space tunnel had attracted the attention of the extraterritorial demons on this side. In addition, some extraterritorial demons had taken the opportunity to escape and reported the situation on the other side. Therefore, there was such a terrifying and turbulent attack that swept over at the same time. However, Bai Ziyue had already expected this. Since he dared to step into this world, he was extremely confident in his own strength. Long before he rushed out, the Kunwu Golden Pagoda had already expanded with the wind and turned into a 9-story golden pagoda in front of him. Now that his strength had reached the level of the spirit-severing stage, it was easier for him to control the Kunwu Golden Pagoda. The defensive power that he could exert was more than several times stronger than before. Therefore, although there was no lack of Demon Lord-level experts in this wave of attacks, after being weakened by the Kunwu Golden Pagoda, the strength of the attacks that landed on him was less than 10%. In addition, Bai Ziyue's True Dragon Mysterious Armor technique was able to block the waves of attacks easily. Then Ziyue looked around and immediately found that there was a group of familiar faces around him. Back then, when he was the enemy of the world, it was this group of extraterritorial demons that surrounded and killed him. There were 4 Demon Lord-level experts comparable to the spirit-severing stage and dozens of Demon Lord-level experts comparable to the primordial soul stage. Moreover, these Demon Lord-level experts all formed the Great Demon Formation, and their auras and strength were extremely shocking. Moreover, there were countless extraterritorial demons with astonishing strength rushing over from even further away. Among them, the leader was the one and only spirit-severing stage expert in the extraterritorial demon world, the 10,000 Hands Demon. At this time, he had undergone some kind of transformation and his aura and strength were much stronger than before. He flew over from afar and directly rushed out as a ray of green light. At the same time, the great Tao Will of this world also appeared at this moment, and actually formed a huge human head in the void. Then, almost instantly, waves of divine punishment descended and landed on Ziyue's body, sealing heaven and earth. Bad luck. Enemies of the world. Finally, there was one more heaven and earth seal. Heaven and earth seal. It was a kind of seal that the great Tao Will carried out on Ziyue with the help of the power of this world. Under such a seal, whether it was Ziyue's attack or speed, they would be restricted by heaven and earth, and it would be difficult for him to unleash his peak effect. On the other hand, the methods of many extraterritorial demons were not restricted in the slightest. Instead, because of the assistance of the great Tao Will, their power could be slightly increased. Obviously, after realizing that it was Ziyue who attacked, the great Tao Will, which had already awakened its own wisdom, no longer cared about continuous attacks and wanted to attack personally. Humph. As expected, you've improved a little. However, if you think that you can deal with me like this, then you're wrong. Ziyue snorted coldly, and a long rod quietly appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation at all, a rod shadow instantly swung out. Rumble! Heaven and earth shattered. The earth sank. The terrifying fluctuation of origin energy and the power of Tao laws seemed to be able to crush all shackles and break all restraints, shattering everything in front of him into pieces and turning them into nothingness in an instant. Countless extraterritorial demons were torn into pieces before they could even react. Even those demon masters did not have time to react at all. Even if they did, when Ziyue's rod shadow fell, it was impossible for them to avoid it. Then, they were all smashed into pieces. Even the doppelgangers that they left behind thousands of miles away were killed by the power of the rule of fate produced by this rod, and they completely died. Ziyue's rod not only tore apart this world and killed many extraterritorial demons, but it also tore apart the many divine punishment methods of the great Tao will. At this moment, Ziyue was invulnerable to all methods, and he was not afraid of the deliberate targeting of this world at all. As my strength broke through to the spirit-severing stage, not only is the density of origin energy enough to support this shocking rod strike, even the power has soared again and increased by a lot. It has also truly displayed the shocking wonders of this shocking rod strike. Ziyue's expression was calm, and he was not surprised by the effect of his rod strike. Chapter 873. If it were before, without the support of the attribute panel, he would not be able to use time acceleration and time backtracking. In addition, his own origin energy was insufficient to display the heaven-shocking staff. Facing the 10,000 hands heavenly demon, whose strength had improved, and the great path willpower, Ziyue would indeed appear to be passive and encounter a great calamity. However, there were no ifs in this world. Ziyue's strength was no longer the same as before. Under the circumstances of a breakthrough, the heaven-shocking staff displayed with all his strength would naturally be shocking. Perhaps it was because Ziyue had a breakthrough in his realm, but his understanding of the heaven-startling staff stroke had increased. Or perhaps it was because he finally had enough strength to use the heaven-startling staff stroke. He was able to fully unleash the mysteries of the heaven-startling staff stroke. When he struck out with the heaven-startling staff stroke, its power instantly shocked even himself. External demon, it's that astral external demon. He's here again? He's coming from the astral realm again? How is that possible? Isn't he dead? It's said that he was killed by the joint forces of the sovereign heavenly demon and the great path willpower. How can he still be alive? Actually, I had some doubts before. This external demon is so powerful. Back then, he killed us until corpses were strewn all over the place. Why would there be news of his death afterward? I think the sovereign heavenly demon and the great path willpower deliberately spread such news in order to make us contribute when invading the astral realm this time. Indeed, this external demon is too strong. I don't know if you've noticed, but his strength seems to be stronger than when he last appeared. Previously, he was only at the peak of the primordial spirit realm, which is equivalent to our peak of the demon king realm. Now, he has officially stepped into the spirit-severing stage and reached the demon master level. Demon master level? When he was at the peak of the demon king realm, he sank our demon realm's Deer Mountain range. Even the dragon vein of the Deer Mountain range was taken away by him. Now that he has reached the demon master level, his strength must have improved greatly and is even stronger than before. Then, what hope do we have? Countless extraterrestrial demons were frightened, and there was obvious fear on their faces. Ziyue's previous battle achievements had already frightened them. Now, with this staff strike, he tore through the seal of the Great Path willpower and killed 4 spirit-severing stage experts. None of them dared to attack again. However, even if the extraterrestrial demons did not move, Ziyue would not hesitate. After the staff strike, his footsteps, he took another step forward. Whoosh! Like a stream of light, it quickly traversed a great distance and landed in front of the 10,000 hands heavenly demon. At this moment, He was shocked by the destructive power of Ziyue's strike. When he suddenly saw Ziyue's figure appear in front of him, he immediately trembled and hurriedly said in fear, "No, Senior, spare me, spare me. As long as Senior is willing to let me go, I'm willing to submit to Senior and serve Senior for the rest of my life." The 10,000 Hands heavenly demon turned pale with fright. He knew very well that with his strength, he would not be able to block a casual attack from his opponent. If he tried to resist, he would definitely die. Even his doppelganger, which was thousands of miles away, would be killed. Therefore, he did not hesitate in the slightest, nor did he dare to hesitate in the slightest. As soon as he said that, all the other extraterrestrial demons turned pale with shock and disbelief. The 10,000 Hands heavenly demon was at the pinnacle of the present age. In the devil world, it was the strongest existence other than the supreme heavenly demon. Currently, he was the only peak devil master powerhouse. But such a powerful and terrifying existence had actually surrendered, directly submitting to this great enemy who had a blood feud with the devil world? Oh! When Ziyue heard that, he paused slightly and revealed a look of interest. A subordinate at the peak of the spirit-severing stage was indeed somewhat interesting to him. Humph, trash! Right at this moment, a furious roar that sounded like a thunderclap could be heard. Immediately after, the void condensed slightly and fluctuated slightly. Then, a burly figure quickly appeared. As soon as he appeared, countless extraterrestrial demons around felt that the great Tao pressure that originally enveloped them dissipated slightly, making them feel a little more relaxed. "It's the Supreme Heavenly Demon. The Supreme Heavenly Demon is here." It is said that when we fought back then, the Supreme Heavenly Demon had just broken through and his strength was not stable. He could only be considered as a half-step Tao integration cultivator. Now, after settling and absorbing, the Supreme Heavenly Demon has completely stabilized his realm and officially advanced to the minor Tao integration cultivator level. His strength is not what it used to be. This time, although the extraterrestrial demon's strength has improved greatly, I believe that the Supreme Heavenly Demon will definitely be able to contend with him and kill him. We are finally saved. The group of extraterrestrial demons was desolate and extremely hopeless. However, when they saw the Supreme Heavenly Demon at this moment, it was as if they had seen their savior and instantly revealed a look of surprise. Previously, they were angry that the Supreme Heavenly Demon had falsely claimed that Ziyue had been killed by them and had even forgotten about it. You enjoyed the resources of the demon realm and were respected by the demon realm. However, you betrayed the demon realm because of your fear of death. You deserve to die. The Supreme Heavenly Demon's figure appeared, but the thunderous roar did not stop at all. As soon as he finished speaking, a black saber light had already flown out. Poof! Like a flash, it quickly landed on the neck of the 10,000 Hands heavenly demon and turned slightly. It directly took off his head. Moreover, this saber also seemed to have the power of the rules of destiny. Following the trajectory of the saber, it quickly landed on the avatar of the 10,000 Hands heavenly demon that was thousands of miles away. No, the avatar of the 10,000 Hands heavenly demon only had time to let out a loud roar before his eyes dimmed. The head also silently fell to the ground. This is a demonic saber? Ziyue raised his eyebrows and revealed a look of surprise. This saber is a supreme-grade demonic treasure, the demon-slaying saber. It is the most precious treasure of the demon realm. Every time it appears, it will definitely succeed and kill demons. This time, I am here to kill you, an outer demon. The Supreme Heavenly Demon held the demonic saber in his hand. Although his face was calm, his heart was extremely solemn. Ziyue's strength was indeed worthy of his attention. Although his cultivation level was much lower than his, the Supreme Heavenly Demon had long regarded him as the strongest enemy that he had ever encountered in his life. He did not dare to relax at all. Even if his cultivation level had increased again and his strength was not what it used to be, he did not neglect the fact that Ziyue had also made a breakthrough. His strength was definitely much stronger than before. Demon-slaying saber, the supreme grade demonic treasure? This saber should be used to slay outer demons like you, right? Ziyue laughed, but his heart was also a little solemn. What's the point of being so eloquent? Die! The supreme heavenly demon roared and raised his saber. In an instant the saber flew out. At the same time, in the void, the will of the great Tao appeared silently. In an instant, countless deity punishments descended and landed on Ziyue's body. Seal heaven and earth. Doom entanglement. Enemies of the whole world. Heaven and earth seal. Under the countless deity punishments, Ziyue could only unleash 80% of his strength at most. It's still not certain who will live and who will die. Ziyue sneered and took out the Kunwu Golden Pagoda and the real dragon dark armor skill first. Then, he used all his strength and struck out with his staff. This was the heaven-startling staff strike. Rumble! The void collapsed and the earth sank. The deity punishments that were acting on Ziyue's body quickly collapsed under the terrifying power of the staff shadow. Then, Ziyue's staff shadow did not decrease in strength and quickly struck the saber radiance that the supreme heavenly demon had slashed out. Bang! Heaven and earth roared and the sound of the great Tao echoed. Under the collision of the two terrifying attacks, everything seemed to have turned into nothingness. Heaven and earth were covered in crimson radiance, and the endless turbulence of the starry sky was revealed. It seemed like a long time had passed, but also like it was just a moment. Heaven and earth regained its clarity, and the figures of Ziyue and the supreme heavenly demon appeared at the same time. Both sides revealed astonishment in their eyes. They were evenly matched. Under this attack, both of them were evenly matched and neither of them could do anything to the other. Indeed, in less than a month, the supreme heavenly demon's strength has increased greatly with the help of the great Tao. In addition to the supreme grade demonic saber, his strength has been raised to the extreme. In terms of attack power, he can already contend with me. Ziyue sighed. He had never underestimated the power of a world. Under the power of the great Tao, it was indeed possible to create a top expert with shocking strength. The supreme heavenly demon's strength was already extremely strong. With the help of the great Tao and countless resources and demonic treasures, his strength had naturally undergone an earth-shattering change. Compared to before, it had more than doubled. While Ziyue was sighing, the supreme heavenly demon on the other side was even more shocked and in despair. He was very clear about Ziyue's strength and had long regarded him as a great enemy that he had never seen before in his life. Therefore, although it was only a single attack, it was the strongest attack that he could unleash. With the supreme grade demonic saber, the supreme heavenly demon saber, he executed his ultimate move, soul destruction. With the help of the great Tao, he was confident that even if another Tao integration realm expert appeared, he would be able to kill the other party in the demonic realm. However, even though he had used all of his strength and unleashed such a terrifying strike, he was only evenly matched with his opponent? How did such a monster grow up? Why would such a terrifying monster appear in this world? The supreme heavenly demon wailed in his heart. However, he could only muster his energy and attack with the demonic saber again. Rumble! The dazzling saber radiance condensed to the extreme and shot out in a battle. It seems that if I want to kill this supreme heavenly demon, it will be difficult to use conventional means. Ziyue sighed and countless supreme-grade spirit stones appeared silently on his body. With a thought, the supreme-grade spirit stones were crushed into powder. A massive amount of heaven and earth spirit chi flowed into his body and became his source of power. Then, he let out a low growl. The seventh move of the heaven-shocking staff technique. The heaven-shocking staff technique actually only had 6 moves. They were the first move, the 72 heaven-shocking staff technique, the second move, the 36 heaven-shocking staff technique, the third move, the 18 heaven-shocking staff technique, the fourth move, the 9 heaven-shocking staff technique, the fifth move, the 3 heaven-shocking staff technique, and the sixth move, the 1 heaven-shocking staff technique. At this moment, Zeus shouted the 7th move of the heaven-shocking staff technique. Chapter 874. As Zeus' realm increased, he reached the level of the spirit-severing stage. In addition, his comprehension of the heaven-shocking staff technique had reached the extreme. He had cultivated the first move to the 6th move of the heaven-shocking staff technique to the perfect level and understood all the mysteries in it. It could be said that in the world, except for the expert who created the heaven-shocking staff technique, no one could compare with him in terms of understanding and application of the heaven-shocking staff technique. In addition, when Zeus broke through to the spirit-severing stage, it was the moment when his mind was the most active and his inspiration was the most intense. Moreover, under the situation where the auspicious signs of the astral realm descended and continued to strengthen his body, unknowingly, his thoughts were triggered, and he finally had a further understanding of the heaven-shocking staff technique. At that moment, he actually sublimated to the extreme and further deduced the subsequent execution method of the heaven-shocking staff technique. The 7th move of the heaven-shocking staff technique. The 7th move of the heaven-shocking staff technique has actually been hidden in the heaven-shocking staff technique. It's just that no one has discovered it and no one has been able to comprehend it and use it. When Zeus suddenly comprehended the 7th move, he was also very surprised and had a feeling that he could die at night. It was indeed extremely shocking. He was also amazed by the profound realm of the senior who created the heaven-shocking staff technique. However, he also understood why the other party did not specify that there were 7 moves in the beginning of the heaven-shocking staff technique. In fact, the 7th move was too demanding for the cultivator. One had to cultivate the first move to the 6th move of the heaven-shocking staff technique to the perfect level in order to comprehend it. Perhaps, even the senior who created the heaven-shaking staff technique had never thought that there would be someone who could cultivate all 6 moves of the heaven-shaking staff technique to the peak level. Therefore, the secret of the 7th move had always been hidden and had never been discovered by anyone. Perhaps I am the only cultivator besides the senior who has comprehended the 7th move of the heaven-shocking staff technique and used it. Zeus thought in his heart, and the long staff in his hand seemed to have become heavy at this moment. Then, he swung the long staff in his hand. In an instant, he displayed the first move of the heaven-shocking staff technique, the 72 strikes of the heaven-shocking staff technique. Shadow after shadow of the staff shot out like a startled swan. It was like a giant net that covered the entire sky. However, Zeus did not stop at all after performing the 72 strikes of the staff. He changed the long staff into the 76 strikes of the staff. The 36 staff shadows were like 36 giant pillars that held up the sky. Under the pressure, the endless void was shattered. The deathly silent world seemed to be in a state of chaos. It actually revealed a bit of the atmosphere of the beginning of the world. Then it was the 18 strikes of the heaven, the 9 strikes of the heaven. Zeus' staff techniques were displayed one after another. His speed was extremely fast, and it was getting faster and faster. When he performed the 6th move of the staff technique, all the staff shadows suddenly disappeared and turned into a space where the sky was round and the earth was round. It was as if the universe had been compressed to the extreme. Rumble. Then, this space was blasted out by Zeus. This cosmic space was the 7th move of the heaven-shaking staff technique that Zeus had comprehended. This move had actually exceeded the limit of the heaven-shaking staff technique. Therefore, Zeus named it the World of Staff. At this moment, the attack of the sovereign celestial demon was actually already in front of Ziyue. However, when Ziyue blasted out the world of staff, not only did it shatter the many divine punishments of the great Tao, but it also quickly hit the demonic treasure saber. Bang! It was as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It directly bounced off the demonic slayer's saber and blasted on the sovereign celestial demon's body. Oh no! The sovereign celestial demon was already very serious when facing Ziyue. He raised his guard to 120%. When he realized that Ziyue's staff technique was relatively weak, he was still somewhat relaxed. However, he quickly noticed that this staff strike was different. This staff strike was actually even more exquisite and terrifying than the peerlessly powerful staff strike that she had executed earlier. He hurriedly reacted to this and unleashed all his abilities, and even utilized a few defensive devil treasures at the same time. However, when the world of staff technique descended, that terrifying pressure came from all directions. It did not even touch the defensive demonic treasures that he had taken out. Instead, it directly landed on his body. He was instantly in despair. He finally understood that it was because the Tao law contained in his opponent's attack was too powerful and too precise. It was beyond the scope of his understanding. It came from the void, or even from the spatial level, and directly descended on his body. He could not dodge or escape. It was as if his entire body was exposed to the void as he faced this attack head-on. This was a dimensional reduction attack. It was an attack from a higher dimension to a lower dimension. Chi, the world of staff technique, rushed over like a stream of light and directly crushed him. No, the sovereign celestial demon was extremely frightened. However, he could only watch as this attack came and landed on his body. Bam! In an instant, he turned into ashes. All his flesh, blood, soul, and soul fragments were completely annihilated and no longer existed. He's dead. The sovereign celestial demon has fallen? All the extraterrestrial demons who were watching this battle were dumbfounded. They knew very well what this battle meant to the astral realm and the demon realm, as well as to them. This was a battle that would determine their fate, their life and death. Previously, the sovereign celestial demon's attack was evenly matched with Ziyue. In fact, this had already given them great hope. After all, in the demon realm, they had too much of an advantage. As long as someone could block Ziyue's attack, they would definitely be able to kill him. However, the other party had displayed a stronger move so quickly and even killed the sovereign celestial demon in one move. This made them feel cold in their hearts. It's over. It's completely over. The demon realm is over. They are also over. Even the strongest sovereign celestial demon in the demon realm could not withstand this attack. Who in this world could withstand this attack? Ziyue was not surprised by the effect of this staff. This was the 7th move of the heaven-shocking staff technique. It was a staff technique derived from the 6th move, the heaven-shocking staff technique. It was the most powerful attack in the entire heaven-shocking staff technique. There was no difference between the initial stage and the complete stage. As long as he cultivated the previous 6 moves to the complete stage, naturally the 7th move would be complete and he would be able to unleash the strongest power. Its power was more than twice as strong as the heaven-shocking staff technique. It was very normal for it to be able to kill the sovereign celestial demon in one move. Next, it's your turn. However, Ziyue did not stop because of the sovereign celestial demon's death. He looked up at the sky and looked at the endless void. In this extraterrestrial demon realm, the thing that made Ziyue feel the greatest threat was not the sovereign celestial demon, but the omnipresent and omnipresent great Tao will. Because the power of the divine punishment was indeed in this world, there was no way to avoid it. He could only endure it. If not for his amazing power and countless trump cards, he would have been killed by the endless power of the divine punishment. Moreover, the astral calamity was said to be driven by the sovereign celestial demon, but in the final analysis, it was the great Tao will that had awakened its consciousness. Therefore, Ziyue entered the extraterrestrial demon realm with the primary and most fundamental purpose, which was to destroy the great Tao will of this world. At this moment, the only obstacle, the sovereign celestial demon, had been killed by him. It was also time for him to attack the great Tao will. Do you think that I can't find you if you hide? The great Tao will is omnipresent and omnipresent. Generally speaking, it is very difficult to hurt you. However, I have never been alone. Ziyue whispered and then swung the long staff again. Rumble! The staff shadows quickly turned into flowing light and blasted in the direction of the space tunnel. 72 staff strikes, 36 staff strikes, 18 staff strikes, 9 staff strikes. The staff shadows quickly evolved and turned into the 7th move of the heaven-shocking staff technique. Universe of staff. Boom, boom, boom. The void shattered. Even the firmament seemed to have been smashed apart as a gigantic hole appeared in the void. Sizzle, at the same time, the moment Ziyue blasted his attack towards the spatial tunnel, the will of the great path that belonged to the star boundary suddenly appeared on the other side of the spatial connection point. With a sudden shake, it transformed into a huge vortex that flashed with 7-colored flowing light. As soon as the vortex appeared, it immediately produced a terrifying suction force and directly absorbed the space particles and the world's origin that had been destroyed by Ziyue's attack. Suddenly, all the extraterrestrial demons were horrified to find that the aura of the demon realm they were in was weakening. Even though this weakening was very subtle, it did exist. In the void, there seemed to be a low hum because of this, and the sky was sprinkled with bloody red light. After the attack, Ziyue did not stop. He swung the staff again. Rumble! Heaven and earth trembled, and the endless world's origin was rapidly absorbed by the astral world. At this moment, the extraterrestrial demon realm was degrading. The blood color in the sky became even brighter. On the other side, the origin chi of the astral world was increasing greatly, and it was actually upgrading. The world's level was also upgrading. Countless cultivators in the astral world immediately sensed it and found that the originally stable realm shackles were actually loosening. The realm shackles that had troubled them for countless years were rapidly loosening. The supreme realm was no longer the shackles of the astral world's cultivators. For example, Zhao Qianquan and Sun Badong, who were already at the peak of the supreme realm and could break through at any time, instantly gained enlightenment and felt that the opportunity to break through was right in front of them. They began to break through in an instant, and then without any obstruction, they were promoted and reached the spirit-severing stage. This was a shocking scene. The promotion of a world contained too many fortunes and countless opportunities. Almost every cultivator and living being in the astral world received a gift from heaven and earth. Although Ziyue wasn't in the astral boundary, the benefits he received were the greatest. As the astral world upgraded, the power of the will of the great Tao increased and directly invaded the extraterrestrial demon realm, enveloping Ziyue's body. Not only did the endless power of creation quickly surge into Ziyue's body, recovering his essence energy, but it also evolved into the mysteries of the Tao laws and directly imprinted them in Ziyue's mind. With the influx of the mysteries of the Tao laws, Ziyue's spiritual realm soared to the extreme. The early stage of the spirit-severing stage, the middle stage of the spirit-severing stage, the late stage of the spirit-severing stage, the peak of the spirit-severing stage, and then the Tao integration stage. At this moment, Ziyue's spiritual realm was actually raised to the same level as the will of the great Tao. Although he did not have a cultivation technique at the spirit-severing stage, as long as he wanted to, he could instantly create a suitable spirit-severing stage cultivation technique with his current spiritual realm. As long as he had spiritual energy, He could also quickly advance and become a cultivator at the middle stage of the spirit severing stage, the late stage of the spirit severing stage, the peak of the spirit severing stage, and even the Tao integration stage. So, you were hiding here. Immediately after, Ziyue also saw the elusive will of the great Tao that was originally in the endless void. In an instant, Ziyue's mind moved, and a flying sword blasted out. Following the trajectory of the great Tao, it instantly blasted on the will of the great Tao. A violent scream instantly spread to every corner of the extraterrestrial demon realm and the depths of the hearts of every living being. Then, the will of the great Tao of this world instantly dissipated and turned into nothingness. At this moment, a special change suddenly occurred in heaven and earth. A new, childish and ignorant will of the great Tao condensed. However, in an instant, it was captured and devoured by the will of the great Tao of the astral world half a year later. As the origin of the great Tao of the entire extraterrestrial demon realm was completely devoured, the land of the entire astral world expanded countless times. Countless spiritual lands were born, and countless dragon veins and lands of creation appeared. Countless changes occurred in heaven and earth. Opportunities were everywhere, and the cultivators and creatures of the astral world were advancing at a faster speed. The overall strength of the cultivators of the astral world had more than doubled in just half a year. Even the number of cultivators at the spirit severing stage had quickly exceeded 5, and there were as many as 7 of them. And as time passed, they were still rapidly improving. The restriction of spirit severing stage cultivators who could only stay in the astral world for 100 years no longer existed as the astral world's world level increased. The Tao integration stage was the limit of strength in this world. And in the ancient desolate region within the North Nether sect, countless cultivators gathered. If there were cultivators who were familiar with the experts of the various sects, their faces would immediately reveal incomparable shock. The 7 spirit severing stage experts of the astral world were all present. In addition, there were also the top perfected immortal Songhai of the extraterrestrial domain, as well as the sect masters of the various sects. Almost all the strongest people in the entire astral world were gathered here. Senior North Nether, are you really leaving? In the end, Zhou Gutong, the sect master of the Heavenly Spirit sect, who had broken through to the spirit severing stage, was the first to speak. His face was filled with a complicated expression. The others also had complicated and reverent expressions on their faces. In this world, there were not many people who could be admired and respected by all of them, but Taoist North Nether Ziyue could definitely be considered one of them, and he was the only one. It was just that the other party's strength and methods were too shocking. He had resisted the extraterrestrial demon world with his own strength and helped the astral world to upgrade. It also made it so that when they faced the other party, they did not have any strange thoughts at all. But now the other party had announced to the world that he was leaving the astral world. But it also made them extremely shocked, because this was too sudden. Even though they were very clear that with the other party's strength and methods, as well as the speed of his growth, it was only a matter of time before he left the astral world. But leaving in just half a year still made them feel very surprised. After all, the astral world was still growing, and there were countless opportunities being born. It would definitely be able to give birth to a Tao integration stage expert in a short period of time. In their opinion, that Tao integration stage expert would definitely be Ziyue. It's time to leave. The astral world is too small, and it can no longer play a big role in the growth of my strength. My goal has always been the Sea of Stars. Ziyue smiled slightly and said, in the past half a year, his strength had also grown extremely quickly. Now, he had reached the peak of the spirit severing stage. During this period, the attribute panel had naturally upgraded, and another heaven-defying ability, time deprivation, was born. However, after reaching the peak of the spirit severing stage, He had also exhausted the countless spiritual energy that he had obtained from destroying the extraterrestrial demon world. Now that the astral world was peaceful, it was no longer possible for him to make a breakthrough in his strength in a short period of time. Therefore, his gaze naturally fell on the endless starry sky. There were countless experts there. There were as many primordial spirit realm cultivators as there were hairs on a cow, and spirit-severing stage cultivators could only be considered as ordinary experts. There were also many existences of the Tao integration stage and above. That was the place that could help his strength increase rapidly again. Alright. I've made up my mind, and you don't have to persuade me anymore. Moreover, the astral world is not a place where one can only leave and not enter. If fate allows it, I can naturally return at any time. The only thing that worries me is the North Nether sect. I know that there are no sects in this world that will last forever, and there are no forces that will last forever. However, I still hope that you can protect the North Nether sect for at least 10,000 years. Ziwa waved his hand and said, he actually did not care much about the North Nether sect. However, he had already brought his parents and relatives to the North Nether sect. Whether it was for the people of the sect or his parents and relatives, he had to fulfill his responsibility. In 10,000 years, he believed that all the people he was familiar with would have turned into ancient times, and he would naturally be able to settle all the karma. Don't worry. We won't let you down. As long as we're here, we won't let the North Nether sect decline. The group of cultivators hurriedly promised. Okay. At this moment, a Tao voice sounded. It was actually the astral world's great path will that had made a promise at this moment. Obviously, Ziwa's actions back then had made the great path will extremely grateful, and it had sent down a protective oracle with the great path will. Thank you very much. Hearing this, Ziwa cupped his hands slightly and said, thank you very much. Then, he looked at Fan Qingyu and Zhao Yue beside him and asked, are you ready? We're ready. Let's go. The two women said one after another. Okay. Ziwa nodded and then waved his hand. The void immediately split, revealing a vast starry sky. Then, under the effect of a special force, the three of them directly turned into a stream of light, quickly rushed into the vast starry sky, and disappeared. The end of the book. I've finished writing. I don't know if anyone will be satisfied with such an ending, but I've really tried my best. The later part of the book was especially difficult to write. After a year and a half of continuous updates, I was also very tired. Therefore, the later updates seemed to be a little slow. Then, some people complained that the plot was not as exciting as the early parts. But Yanhua was still Yanhua. He tried his best to write every chapter and never dared to slack off. It's just that after a long time of writing a story, my thinking has been limited by this story. Well, this book is finally over. I should also take a break. Take a break for a while. I'll naturally write a new book. Yanhua is a professional author, and he relies on this to make a living. It shouldn't be too long. But I really need to take a break for a while. I also need to relax and walk around with my friends. Actually, I've already set off now. I've just met up with an author friend. I wrote this chapter in an internet cafe. See, I didn't even bring my computer. That's all. Goodbye. When the new book is released, I'll notify you of the new chapter. So, I hope you won't delete the bookshelf directly. Thank you for your understanding and support for so long. Thank you. I love you. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.